Win, place, show, exacta, quinella, and trifecta wagering. In race 5, number 4, Molly Stone. Change the driver to Jason Merriman. Jason Merriman will drive number 4, Molly Stone. Turn to race 6. Race 6, there'll be win, place, exacta, and trifecta wagering. Turn to race 7. Race 7, there'll be win, place, show, exacta, quinella, and trifecta wagering. And in race 7, you may scratch the number 6 horse, Broughton Pike, personal reasons. Turn to race 8. Race 8, there'll be win, place, show, exacta, quinella, and trifecta wagering. Race 8, number 2, CS Door Prize. Change the driver to Drew Neal. Drew Neal will drive number 2, CS Door Prize. Number 6, Wilder. Change the driver to Mark St. Louis Jr. Mark St. Louis Jr. will drive number 6, Wilder. Turn to race 9. Race 9, there'll be win, place, show, exacta, quinella, and trifecta wagering. Turn to race 10. Race 10, there'll be win, place, show, exacta, quinella, and trifecta wagering. Turn to race 11. Race 11, there'll be win, place, show, exacta, quinella, and trifecta wagering. Race 11, number 1, Molly Bloom is racing on Lasix and also raced on Lasix at Croton. Number 3, Rock On Dragon. Change the driver to Nick Clegg. Nick Clegg will drive number 3, Rock On Dragon. Number 7, Miss Steffi Check. Change the driver to Jason Merriman. Jason Merriman will drive number 7, Miss Steffi Check. Turn to race 12. Race 12, there'll be win, place, show, exacta, quinella, and trifecta wagering. Turn to race 13. Race 13, there'll be win, place, show, exacta, quinella, and trifecta wagering. Turn to race 14. Race 14, there'll be win, place, show, exacta, quinella, and trifecta wagering. Race 14, number 6, What Now, Jenny? Change the driver to Mark St. Louis Jr. Mark St. Louis Jr. will drive number 6, What Now, Jenny? And those are the only changes and corrections that we have at this time.
The Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association presents Ohio County Fair Racing. Ohio County Fair Racing is presented by the Ohio State University Veterinary Medical Center, Big D Tack and Vet Supply, Cool Winds Farms, thestable.ca, and Midland Acres. Now let's go trackside for all the action.
Welcome to the Henry County Fair in Napoleon, Ohio. Ohio Fair Racing Conference action. 14 races carded for this evening. Matt Clark behind the camera and Doug Ballinger. Both Matt and I will be doing a little commentary on the races tonight. We have 14 races, 3 divisions of the 3-year-old colt pace, 3 of the filly trot for 2-year-olds, 2-year-old colt trot, 2 divisions, 3 divisions of the 3-year-old filly pace. We have a Springhaven Haven Driving Series and a Signature Series pace, sponsored by the Henry County Harness Horsemen's Association. And these are the horses for the first for the post parade for the 3-year-old colt pace.
LaSalle Investments, LLC, LaSalle, Michigan, trained by Becky Zubkoff, the driver Tony Zubkoff. Number 3 is Honest Nation, owned by Mike Sweeney of Delaware, Ron King of Wyndham, and Marion Beachy of Sugar Creek, trained by Mike Sweeney, the driver Pierce Henry. Number 4 is Can't Touch Nasty, owned and trained by Jennifer Carpenter of Perrysburg, the driver Mark St. Louis Jr. Number 5 is Fear My Smile, owned by Ron Stack of Marengo, Mark Taggart of Columbus, and Steve Jeffries of Delaware, trained by Ron Stack, the driver Drew Neal. Number 6 is Barley of Tees, owned by Bill Rivenon, Gene Roth of Archbold, trained by Russ Sutherland, the driver Emmanuel Miller. Horses will take 1 score and go to the gate. Future windows closing in 4 minutes. There's Win, Place, Show, Exacta, Quinella, and Trifecta wagering on race 1.
Well, there you had the post parade for the first. Our race announcer this evening, veteran Bill Peters, in his 64th year of calling races at county fairs here in the state of Ohio. Presiding judge is Paul Combs. Our starter will be the Ross starting gate. Field of 6, 3-year-old colt pacers. First to 3 division. This is for 4,114. Field of 6. One Lonely Boy. Clifton Bell, 5 starts this year, has a third. $1,200 in earnings, currently at 11-1 on the board. The 2 Masterpiece Blitz. Tony Zubkoff will be the driver's change. 8 starts with 2/3, right at $3,000 for Masterpiece Blitz. He is currently at 6-1. The 3 Honest Nation is our current post-time favorite at 1-2. Mike Sweeney trains, Pierce Henry drives. 2 wins in the year, 18,000, a mark of 53-2 at Scioto Downs back on July 13th. 4 Can't Touch Nasty, Mark St. Louis driver. The 4 Can't Touch Nasty currently at 17 on the board, yet to hit the board in 6 starts. 5 Fear My Smile, Drew Neal drives for Ron Steck. 12 starts for the 3-year-old Baygota Son of Fear the Dragon. Has a second 2/3, $6,100. Mark last year at Mount Gilead as a 2-year-old of 201-4. The 5 Fear My Smile, second choice for betting public at 7-2. And number 6 Barley of Tees, Emmanuel Miller drives. 10 starts, has a win, a second 2/3, $7,800. A winner this year at Paulding, a 201-3, is a 2-year-old at Delaware County Fair, 55-1. Barley of Tees currently at 19-1 on the board. If you care to join along and print a program off, you can go to the OhioHarnessRacing.com. That's OhioHarnessRacing.com. Programs are provided by the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association 2 hours before post time. Field of pacers for the first, making their way to the gate. 3-year-old colt pace. This the first of 3 division. That total purse is $12,342. This one for $4,114. Let's go to Bill Peters for the call of the first.
Here they come. The year off and pacing the first horse away in the middle of the track is Honest Nation. Dumping in there along the rail second, that's Lonely Boy. Up on the outside third, now comes Can't Touch Nasty. At the rail fourth, that's Masterpiece Splits. Moving up fifth now is Fear My Smile. And the last horse going down the backside is Barley a Tease. Going toward that quarter-mile mark, out there on the front end, that's Pierce Henry with Honest Nation. Pacing in there second along the rail, it's Lonely Boy, driven by Clifton Bell. Racing along third, it's Masterpiece Blitz, driven by Tony Zubkoff. Racing in there fourth, that's Fear My Smile, driven by Drew Neal. Racing in there fifth down the backside, that's Barley a Tease, driven by Emmanuel Miller. The last horse, Can't Touch Nasty, driven by Mark St. Louis Jr.
29-4.
First quarter paced in 29 and 4/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time. That's still Honest Nation with a lead. Sitting in there second, that's Lonely Boy. Third along the rail, that's Masterpiece Blitz. Moving up along the rail fourth, as he come down to the half, that is Fear My Smile. Racing fifth is Barley a Tease. The last horse, Can't Touch Nasty.
1 minute and 4.
First half paced in 1 minute and 4/5 seconds. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over to that 3/4 mile mark. Honest Nation shows on top by 2.5 lengths. Pacing in there second, that's Lonely Boy. Third is Masterpiece Blitz. Edging up a little bit on the outside fourth. Now comes Fear My Smile. Racing fifth is Barley a Tease, and the last horse is Can't Touch Nasty. Going to the 3/4 mile mark. Honest Nation now opens up about 3.5 lengths on the lead on the other horses. Past that 3/4, that is still Honest Nation with the lead. 3 quarters in 1:31, and Honest Nation is opening up by about 5 now. Up on the outside second, racing around that turn, that's now comes Fear My Smile. At the rail third, that is Lonely Boy. As they race toward home, that's Honest Nation and Fear My Smile. Honest Nation and Fear My Smile. It's going to be Honest Nation wire to wire, and here the outcome. Fear My Smile up for place, tight for show between Lonely Boy, Masterpiece Blitz, and Barley a Tease. A mile in 2 minutes and 4/5.
Well, pretty much a walk in the park for Honest Nation. Third out this season. Here's Henry for Mike Sweeney. 3-year-old Bay Good son of Western Vintage under the Arts Place mare, All-American Nation. It was gate to wire, 29 and 4 for the opening panel. Very nice drive by Pierce Henry. Give Honest Nation a breather that second panel. Half in a minute, 4/5 that second quarter. In 31, 3/4, 1:31. Midway down the backside, that's where he started to open up by 3 lengths. The mile, 2 minutes, 4/5 was probably a winner by a good 4 to 5 lengths on the wire. Second was a 5, Fear My Smile. Drew Neal, drive for Ron Steck. Third, the 1, Lonely Boy, Clifton Bell for Bill Webb. 29 and 4, minute 4/5, 1:31, 2 minutes, 4/5 for Honest Nation.
Just check the comments.
Yeah,
We've got sound, and it's hard to see. The sun is pretty brutal tonight, but I think we're going to be all right.
I have not noticed in the last 2 weeks any driver standings update. Roger Houston was out of the country in Ireland. He just got back, and I don't believe there's anything posted. But Pierce Henry having a very good year. I'm sure Jeff Nysonger is still the leading driver, but Pierce Henry up there in second or third position, I would say. Let's go to the winner's circle with Bill Peters.
The blanket for this race is courtesy of VFW Post 8218. Let's have a big hand here for Ron King, Pierce Henry, and Honest Nation at the VFW Post 8218, the donors of the blanket. Here are the official placings for race 1 from the top. Number 1, Lonely Boy was 3rd. Number 2, Masterpiece Blitz was 4th. Number 3, Honest Nation was the winner. Number 4, Can't Touch Nasty was 6th. Number 5, Fear My Smile was 2nd. Number 6, Barley a Tease was 5th. Time of the first quarter was 29 4/5. The half was in 1 minute and 4/5. The 3 quarters in 1:31 with a mile in 2 minutes and 4/5. From the top it should read 3:41.625. The mile in 2 minutes and 4/5.
Well, there you have the rundown for the first. It's on to race 2. 2-year-old Colt Trot, first of 2 divisions, $6,180. Emmanuel Miller will drive the 1. Nick Clegg will drive the 6. We'll be back to take a look at the second, that 2-year-old Colt Trot, first division, right after these messages.
When the Henry County Agricultural Society was formed in 1852, much of the land was still heavily timbered and uncultivated. The county is located in the northwestern part of the state in what used to be the Great Black Swamp. After the swamp was drained, it became some of the most fertile land in the United States. The first Henry County Fair was held in October of 1853 as a celebration of harvest. The 2-day event was hosted in an open field just outside of Napoleon, Ohio. The fair grew steadily, and by 1884, the grounds were complete with barns, a judge's stand, and a racetrack. The best crop and livestock around continue to be exhibited here. Farming remains the largest employer in Henry County, with 91% of the county as farm fields. The area is also Ohio's 3rd largest producers of wheat. Today, the Henry County Fair is a member of the Ohio Fair Racing Conference and hosts 2 days of live-action harness racing.
The roots of harness racing are born at the county fairs. For over 150 years, people have gathered to watch horses battle it out for fame and glory. Catch the thrills this summer at an Ohio Fair Racing Conference County Fair. The OFRC races at 21 fairs in 19 Ohio counties. Trotters and pacers put it all on the line to be called the best in the Buckeye State. The Ohio Racing Conference, where the path to greatness begins.
Well, we're back here at the Henry County Fair. Very sunny evening. The sun is beating right on us, Matt.
Sure
we're in the bottom row here to get a good picture that we're facing the west, and it's coming right at us. So it's 2-year-old Colt Trot, $6,180. Field of 7, number 1, Sir Cactus Jack. Emmanuel Miller for Rosie Weaver. This one is a winner twice this year, 2 seconds, 2/3, $11,500. Was a winner last time out in 14-1 at Lisbon. Took a mark earlier at Tiffin of 6-1 this year, the 1, Sir Cactus Jack. Rosie Weaver will drive the 2, also from her stable. No Don Irvin tonight, the way it looks, Matt. Ventureful Pete, Rosie Weaver drives a 2-year-old Bay Good son of Uncle Peter out of the Ken Workington mare. Kendra, Rosie owns in partnership with Heartland Acres, 8 starts, 3 wins, 2 seconds and a third, $12,000 this year. Mount Vernon was a winner, 5-2, second place finish last time out at Croton, beaten 14 lengths. That was last Friday at Croton. 3, he's a tough T. Duke Sugg owns Trains and Drives and owns a partnership with his father Ivan. This is 2-year-old Bay Good son of a Long Tom. 7 starts, has a win, 2/3, right at $11,000. That win came back at the first fair of the season at Paulding to 14-3. Number 3, he's a tough T. Clifton Bell will drive the 4, RC Credit Fashion for Chris Beaver. Here's a 2-year-old Bay Good son of Credit Fashion. Uncle Martin Yoder, Mount Eden, Ohio, 9 starts, has 4/3, $5,200 in the bank. Raced at Croton on the 11th of August. Finished third, beaten 20 lengths, timed in 7-2. 5 is Cape Count. Pierce Henry for Mike Sweeney. The 2-year-old Bay Gelding by full count. 6 starts, has a win, a second and 2/3, $5,300. That win came at Marion back on July 4th at 13-4. Nick Clegg drives the 6, Strike It Rich for Herman Hagerman. 2-year-old Black Colt by Sebastian K. out of the Town Ridge mare. Nicole Ridge has 3/3 and 6 starts, $2,500 in earnings. Shows quite a few breaks his last 3 starts out. And rounding out the field will be number 7, Rankin. Justin Irvine for Judy Rediker. This is the 2-year-old Bay Colt by Enterprise. Has 5 starts, 2 seconds, 2 wins, and a third. $9,100, so has hit the board. All of his starts, a winner in 205 and 1. I think that's at Hastings, Michigan. Most of these miles are at Michigan. See how this Rankin trotter fares here in the Ohio Fair Circuit by crossing the border coming to Ohio. So that's the field for the second. Currently on the board, post-time favorite looks to be the 3. He's a tough T at 4-5.
So Justin Irvin's down here tonight, huh? He came down? Good.
He drives quite a bit in Michigan.
Yeah. Yep.
Michigan, he could have been somewhere this afternoon in Michigan. I don't know.
Yeah, he shows driving that 7-horse there every start. And some of those fairs, I mean, Ludington, that's a haul from
Is it?
Toledo. Yeah, it's a good 4 hours anyway.
Okay.
So
I noticed yesterday they raced in Cadillac, Michigan. Where's that at?
it is.
Long way from
Yeah,
there?
it's quite a ways north, west side, getting up, the east side they call the Thumb. I guess this would be over by the Peaky
Okay.
Finger, somewhere
Okay.
a couple hours north of Mount Pleasant yet. So
Okay.
it's a ways out there. Beautiful up there, but I mean, some of those Michigan fairs are just so far spread out. I actually talked to Judy Rugner before the races, and that's what she said. It's just so much more convenient for her. Where I don't even know, does it say where Croswell? I'm not even sure how far Croswell is from here, but it's closer than some of those Michigan fairs for her.
Don Irvin not here this evening. I think Buckeye Stallion Series are going tonight at Scioto, I believe.
Yeah,
He very well could be there with
Yep.
maybe one of Rosie Weaver's horses at Scioto Downs.
Yeah, I think it was 2-year-old Colts, trotters maybe tonight, or fillies tonight, and maybe Colts tomorrow, I think. I'd have to double check that, but
I don't know what all the buzz is. I looked down the track to see if there was trouble. Don't see anything. Talking about Scioto Downs and Buckeye Stallion Series, Sire Stakes final, I believe, this year for $400,000. That'll be a big night of racing at Scioto Downs. We'll talk about that here in just a minute after this post parade for our second race.
That's our printing post word for race 2. That's the first division of the 2-year-old Colt Trot. Going for a purse of $6,180 and a blanket courtesy of Moose Lodge number 788 of Napoleon. Number 1 is Sir Cactus Jacks, owned by John Zelenak of Lorain, Ohio, and Charles Kaprowski of Northfield, Ohio, trained by Rosie Weaver, the driver Emmanuel Miller. Number 2 is Adventureful Pete, owned by Rosie Weaver of Beach City and Heartland Acres of Walhonding, trained and driven by Rosie Weaver. Number 3 is He's a Tough T, owned by Ivan and Duke Sugg of Deschler, trained and driven by Duke Sugg. Number 4 is RC Credit Fashion, owned by Martin D. Yoder of Mount Eaton, Ohio, trained by Chris Beaver, the driver Clifton Bell. Number 5 is Cape Count, owned by Mike Sweeney of Delaware and Irv Miller of Sarasota, Florida, trained by Mike Sweeney, the driver Pierce Henry. Number 6 is Strike It Ridge, owned by Vanessa Henderson of Evansville, Tennessee, trained by Herman Hagerman, the driver Nick Clegg. Number 7 is Rankin, owned and trained by Judy Rogner of Croswell, Michigan, the driver Jason Merriman. Horses will take one score and go to the gate. Mute your windows closing in 4 minutes. There's Win, Play, Show, Exacta.
There you had the post parade for the second. Before that post parade, we was talking about Souda Downs in the Ohio Sire Stake Championship, Scarlet and Gray Championships for 2- and 3-year-olds. That's Saturday, September 9th at Souda Downs. Early post time, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, usually at 5:55, 3:15 on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, but that Saturday the 9th, it'll be a 5 o'clock post time on championship night at Souda Downs. Gorgeous facility. Make plans to attend the races sometime this year at Souda, or especially on that championship night, or any of our Perry Mutual tracks here in Ohio, Miami Valley, which runs from January to May, down by the Cincinnati area. Northfield Park goes year-round. Their schedule varies. It's usually 4 days a week. Or Dayton Raceway, 70 live race days this year. They open up the 26th on a Tuesday after Jug Week. Go Tuesday through Saturday. Post time every day at 4. Post time at 4 for that 70-day meet at Dayton. Dayton Derby, their big night of racing. Grand Circuit events will be held the 30th of September.
I didn't catch the driver on the 6th, Doug, did you?
Was it a change?
It was a TBA, and I went through the whole post parade.
Okay,
and I missed
Nick
it
Clegg.
again. Oh,
Nick Clegg
okay.
will drive the 6. As we look across the way, the starter has called him to the gate for the 2nd. This is the first division of the 2-year-old Colt Trot for $6,180. Gage rolling is post time.
Adventurable Pete, he's a tough T. RC Credit Fashion with Keep Count on the outside in the first tier. 2 trailers, Drake It Ridge and Rankin. Here they come. They're off and trotting. The first horse away is Adventurable Pete. At the rail 2nd, that's Sir Cactus Jacks. Moving up 3rd, that's He's a Tough T. Moving up 4th now, around that turn, that's RC Credit Fashion. Off stride 5th, that's Strike It Rich. Moving up along the rail 6th, that's Cape Count. And the last horse is Rankin. As they head down the backside to race over to that quarter-mile mark, Rosie Weaver has Adventurable Pete on top by 1.5 lengths. Trotting in their 2nd, it is Sir Cactus Jacks, driven by Emmanuel Miller. 3rd is He's a Tough T, driven by Duke Sugg. Moving up 4th is RC Credit Fashion, driven by Clifton Bell.
32 and 3.
First quarter trotted in 32 3/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time. That's still Adventurable Pete by 2 lengths. His stablemate, Sir Cactus Jack, trots in there 2nd. Off stride 3rd goes He's a Tough T. Now taking over 3rd along the rail, that's RC Credit Fashion. Coming up along the rail 4th, that is Keep Count. Back to 5th is He's a Tough T. Past the half-mile mark, that's still Adventurable Pete by 1.5 lengths over Sir Cactus Jacks. Moving up 4th is RC Credit Fashion, Keep Count 4th. He's a Tough T 5th. Off stride 6th is Rankin, and the last horse, Strike It Ridge.
104 and 4.
First half trotted in 104 4/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over to that 3/4 mile mark. That's Adventurable Pete by 2 lengths. Sir Cactus Jack continues to trot in their 2nd. 3rd is RC Credit Fashion. Moving along 4th, that is Keep Count going toward that 3/4 mile mark. 5th is He's a Tough T. Past the 3/4 mile mark. Off stride now goes RC Credit Fashion. That's still Adventurable Pete by 1.5 lengths over Sir Cactus Jacks.
136 and 2.
3/4 was in 136 2/5. As they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's Adventurable Pete by 2.5 lengths over Sir Cactus Jacks. Racing in their 3rd is Keep Count, RC Credit Fashion on the outside 4th. Off stride now goes Adventurable Pete. And taking over is Sir Cactus Jacks. It's Sir Cactus Jacks. Down at the rail comes Keep Count. It's going to be Sir Cactus Jacks. And here they all come. Up for place is Cape Count. Up for show, RC Credit Fashion.
207 and 1.
A mile in 2:07 and 1/5.
Well, Adventureful Pete looks okay now. I didn't know what happened there.
No.
He got real funny there in the lane.
When he made that break, I looked down on the program. He's hit the board 6 of 8 starts. Had a 7th place finish at Buckeye Stallion Series, but he's been right on the board every time here in the Fierce Action Racing. No breaks on the card. He didn't settle right away. I don't know where he actually finished, 4th or 5th.
4th or 5th,
There very well could be a placing.
That was his race to lose at that point, and he did it.
I was about ready to mark my program right midway in stretch. He was be the winner, and Sir Cactus Jack second. But
I'm never allowed to go back there again, I don't think. I went back and saw him before the race, right when Rosie was unloading. They had him all, like they had to back him into the stall. And he didn't like that, and he was trying to bite people.
This
fight
2-horse?
Yeah,
Really?
yeah, Big Pete. And, I mean, he's just a little horse, but
okay.
She kind of jokingly said, my favorite horse, because he is a handful. But I, was kind of messing with him and petting him on the head and stuff. And I said, I got this one under control. You got the rest of them, So, and then he does this. So.
Well, when they got to the 1/2 and 3/4, I thought, well, Rosie is going a very rated mile here. 32 and 3, 4 and 4. 36 and 2, pretty much figured it would be Adventureful Pete all the way, but kind of a miscue there. You never know with these trotters.
Yep. The stablemate ended up getting the win for her anyway.
So Sir Cactus Jack, the 2-year-old big-gullet son of Volstead, out of the Train for the Future mare, Rose Run Nelly, gets his 3rd of the season, 2:07 and 1. Let's go to Bill Peters. Winner Circle presentation.
Comes number 1, Sir Cactus Jacks, owned by John Zelenak and Charles Kaprowski, trained by Rosie Weaver, and driven to victory this evening by Emmanuel Miller. The blanket for this race is courtesy of Moose Lodge number 788 of Napoleon. Let's have a big hand here for John Zelenak, Charles Kaprowski, Emmanuel Miller, and Sir Cactus Jacks, and the Moose Lodge number 788 of Napoleon, the donors of the blanket.
They might be looking at it a little close, Doug. Usually he comes back with the rundown by now.
Yeah, I'm sure they got to discuss it. Did he lose ground? I'm not going to comment. I got it in my mind what might have happened, but he didn't settle quick.
No.
That'll be up to the judges to
Official
determine.
placings for race 2 from the top. Number 1, Sir Cactus Jacks was a winner. Number 2, Adventureful Pete was 4th. Number 3, He's a Tough T was 5th. Number 4, RC Credit Fashion was 3rd. Number 5, Cape Count was 2nd. Number 6, Drake It Ridge was 7th. Number 7, Rankin was 6th. Time of the first quarter was 32 and 3/5. The half was in 104 and 4/5. The 3/4 in 136 and 2/5, with a mile in 207 and 1/5. From the top it should read 145. 327, 6 on the bottom, the mile in 207 and 1/5.
Well, the 3rd race coming up next. It's the Springhaven Farm Ladies Driving Series. A field of 4, Leslie Joyce, Jennifer Main, Mandy Jones, and Emily Hay. We'll be back to take a look at Springhaven Farm Driving Series First Division right after this.
Your animals provide unconditional love. When they hurt, you want the best care available to help them enjoy life again. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center is here for you and for them. from heart disease to cancer, diabetes to broken bones, and 24-hour emergency services. Ohio State's team of experts make a difference in the lives of animals and the family members who love them. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center.
When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out: Big D's. Since 1974, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at bigdweb.com. Most orders shipped that day, or call 1-800-321-2142. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply.
Cool Winds Farm in Lima, Ohio wants to thank all the breeders that supported our popular stallions, including new trotting sire Play Tricks on Me. Cool Winds also stands proven sire Mr. Apples in the great state of Ohio. Randy and Kim Haynes also stand the only full brother to Some Beach Somewhere, Bring on the Beach, sire of Heart of Chewbacca. Visit the Cool Winds consignment at the Ohio Selected Jug Sale at Pickaway Ag Center on Friday, September 15th.
I tried to get a shot of the grandstand down here at this end where you can kind of see nobody's in the first 3 rows like we are. Everybody's up in the shade.
During the commercials, I just kind of looking around here, probably above average crowd that you see at the county fairs.
Yeah.
A very nice crowd.
Yep, sure is.
They're out on the bleachers. Last night at Troy, I was calling the races there. It was a mist all night, about 65 degrees, 62 degrees. I had a windbreaker on, and the wind was blowing. We are in the grandstand. I had the collar up on my kind of golf shirt, and I thought I was actually at a football game in October with a rainy night.
Mid-August, it's hard to believe.
Yeah. And tonight, it is probably, 80 degrees at post time. Sun's beating right in on us. Frank Frost told me they had air conditioning up here. I think he lied to me. Well, the third race is the first of 2 divisions of the Springhaven Farm Ladies Driving Series. Field of 4, number 1, Miss Twinkle and Jones. Leslie Joyce drives this 11-year-old. 130,000 lifetime, a mark of 153-4. Not all of these horses in this race show a lot of back class. Tua Noche, Jennifer Main. It's a 10-year-old by another mile. Has 2 wins this year, lifetime 388, 51-2 at Hoosier Park as a 3-year-old. 3 here's Hoosier Honey, Mandy Jones for Robert Brooks. 5 wins on the season, 23 lifetime, 163, 760 lifetime as a 5-year-old, 152-4 at Northfield Park for the 3. Here's Hoosier Honey. 4, Lindy Called Frankie, Emily Hay for Greg Cook. Has 3 wins this year with 4 seconds, 23,146.528 lifetime. 152-3 at Northfield. Lifetime mark as a 3-year-old. Pocono, 151. The 4, Lindy Called Frankie and Emily Hay. This will wrap it up here at Napoleon, but tomorrow, the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association will be at Rock Springs, Meigs County Fair. Southern Valley action. Post time at 1. 4 races
Only
tomorrow.
4,
Only 4.
Going for the big money, though.
Going for all the big money. 8 races on Friday. That at 1 o'clock post time. Roger Houston will be the new announcer, replacing Chris Patterson at Rock Springs. Roger just got back from Ireland. I believe it was his 9th trip over there, calling the Vincent Delaney Memorial. And then Roger will be with the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association on Sunday, Wednesday, and Thursday at the Darke County Fair in Greenville. And he will call some of the races there at Greenville with me, and Monday and Tuesday next week, he will be at the Allen County Fair, and that will be his 159th place that he has called a race. He mentioned today on it where he was going to be at in Meigs County at Rock Spring would be his 158th stop. 159 at Lima. Now, Matt, that's if I let Roger call a race because I'm the announcer.
I was wondering about that.
Well, let's see if Roger can work a deal out with me. No, Roger calls some races in Lima and calls some at Greenville, and he's getting tuned up for the Little Brown Jug.
Not too far off.
Not too far off. That'll be a big week for the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association. 5 days at Delaware. They will present once again while we're talking about the Jug. They're one of our prime sponsors this evening. Jug goes Sunday the 17th through Thursday the 21st. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, 1 o'clock post. Wednesday and Thursday, Jugette Day and Jug Day noon post. If you'd like to get tickets, go to DelawareCountyFair.com. DelawareCountyFair.com or 800-DEL-FAIR. 800-DEL-FAIR. $30 for a lot of seating. Box seats. On given days, you can get a seat for $80. Top of the stretch. On Jugette Day, it is $60. Jug Day $160. The Pavilion Hill, kind of the clubhouse in the first turn, $180 for Jugette Day, $265 for Jug Day. If you get them both, it's $375. That includes drinks, a buffet meal, and TV monitors, and I'm sure it probably includes your program. So.
I've had those tickets before. That's a good time down there in that turn for sure. I didn't pay for them. I got them free somehow. I don't remember how exactly, but that was a lot of fun.
Us are printing postword for race 3. This is the first division of the Springhaven Farm Ladies Driving Series Pace. Going for a purse of $800. The winning horse will receive a blanket courtesy of Rita St. Holtz Tax Preparation. The second place horse will receive a blanket courtesy of Kurt's Ace Hardware. Number 1 is Miss Twinklins Jones. All by Leslie Joyce of South Bloomfield, Ohio, trained by Kevin Goodell, the driver of Leslie Joyce. Number 2 is Anoche. All by Gary Wilmoth of Erie, Michigan, trained by Karen Takasik, the driver is Jennifer Main. Number 3 is Here's Who's Your Honey. All by Here's the Stock Incorporated of Bucyrus, trained by Robbie Brooks, the driver of Mandy Jones. Number 4 is Lenny Cold Frankie, owned and trained by Greg Cook of Brooklyn, Michigan, the driver Emily Hay. Horses will take one score and go to the gate. Mutual windows closing in 4 minutes. There's Win, Place, Exacta, and Trifecta Wagering.
As I mentioned last night, I was calling the races at the Miami County Fair in Troy. Some of you fans out there might have been watching that Facebook coverage on the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association, but if you were not, I had brought a program that I found a few years ago. It was from the 1975 Miami County Fair. When I was working there, there would be 10-horse fields, always an 8-horse field. The miles would go in 208, 212. That's 49 years ago. And I know I gave that to Jay Wolf at the beginning of the night, and I think he opened up to the first race and looked at it, and he said, well, Kim Daly's dad drove here and won 49 years ago. Well, I believe it was the first race of the evening. Richard Dingledine, Kim's brother, won with her horse. So 49 years later, father and son.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah. I think at the Darke County Fair in the office there, they had these little cardboard programs, only about 5 inches wide and about 10 inches long. I want to see if they have any in there from years ago to give to whoever's working the OHHH here. Just a lot of good information. Back then at Greenville, when they'd go 2 heats, you might have the 8-hole the first heat and might win it. You'd get the 8-hole the second heat because you didn't earn your position. They drew for each heat.
Wow.
That was interesting. Let's go to Bill Peters for the call. The Springhaven Farm Ladies Driving Series, Field of 4.
Here they come. They're off and pacing the first horse away at the rail is Miss Twinklin's Jones. Up on the outside second is Anoche. And their third is Here's Who's Your Honey. And last after going off stride is Lenny Called Frankie. As they make the turn now to head down the backside to race over that quarter-mile mark, Leslie Joyce has Miss Twinklin's Jones on top, but Jennifer Main's not going to sit for that. She's up on the outside with Anoche to take over. Anoche goes to the top. At the rail second, that's Miss Twinklin's Jones. Mandy Jones moves up third with Here's Who's Your Honey. The last horse is Lenny Called Frankie, driven by Emily Hay. Past that quarter-mile mark, that's still Anoche with the lead.
30 and 3.
First quarter paced in 30 and 3/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stand for the first time, that's Anoche by 2 lengths. Miss Twinklin's Jones is in there second. Here's Who's Your Honey is third, and Lenny Called Frankie is fourth. No change as they race down toward the half. That's Jennifer Main and Anoche bringing the horses down to the half. Sitting in the golden chair second, that's Leslie Joyce with Miss Twinklin's Jones. Here's Who's Your Honey right there third, and closing in fourth now is Lenny Called Frankie.
101 and 1.
First half paced in 101 and 1/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is Anoche. The closest horse second is Miss Twinklin's Jones. Right there third is Here's Who's Your Honey. And fourth is moving up into contention now is Lenny Called Frankie. Going toward that 3/4 mile mark. That's Anoche by 2 lengths. At the rail second, Miss Twinklin's Jones up on the outside. Third now comes Here's Who's Your Honey. And also on the move is Lenny Called Frankie. 4 horses well bunched as they race past that 3/4 mile mark.
132 and 1.
3/4 and 132 and 1/5 as they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's still Anoche with the lead. On the outside second is Here's Who's Your Honey. Third along the rail is Miss Twinklin's Jones. Up on the outside fourth is Lenny Called Frankie. As they race through the lane, that's Anoche and Here's Who's Your Honey. Anoche and Here's Who's Your Honey. Anoche and Here's Who's Your Honey. It's going to be Anoche, and here they all come. Here's Who's Your Honey up for place. Up for third is Miss Twinklin's Jones. A mile in 2:01 and 2/5.
Anoche, Jennifer Main, 10-year-old Bay Goat, son of another mile. Out of the Pro Bono Best Mare, Cher Bono. Third of this season. 388,000 lifetimes of the back class really showed there. 30 and 3/5, 101 and 1, 132 and a fifth, 201 and 2. The 2, Anoche, the winner. The 3, Here's Who's Your Honey, 2. Finishing third to 1, Miss Twinklin Jones, and fourth the 4, Lenny Called Frankie.
I didn't catch the fractions there, or I mean just the half and the finish. It seemed like a pretty good rated mile.
Yeah, it was 30 and 3, 101 and 1, 132 and 1. Back half in a minute and a fifth.
Jennifer Main's been doing some driving up at Northville also. Was there a division of this at Troy the first night?
The first night they have the ladies series there, yes.
I think Flash Lowmont won that one then, I think, if I remember correctly. Emma Wahlberg. I haven't checked the standings here lately, so I don't know where they're at.
We got a long, even money, I believe, on the 2, Anoche.
Coming in from Erie, Michigan, comes number 2, Anoche, owned by Gary Wilmoth, trained by Karen Takasik, and driven to victory this evening by Jennifer Main. The first place blanket here is courtesy of Rita St. Holt's Tax Preparation. Let's have a big hand here for Jennifer Main and all concerned, and to Rita St. Holt's Tax Preparation, the donors of the blanket. Now we have a blanket here for the second place horse, which is Here's Who's Your Honey. Here's Who's Your Honey, now moving down to the winner's circle. And she'll receive the blanket courtesy of Kurt's Ace Hardware. representatives of Kurt's Ace Hardware are in the winner's circle. Let's do a big hand here for Mandy Jones, and here's Who's Your Honey for the second place award, and to Kurt's Ace Hardware for presenting it. Here are the official placings for race 3 from the top. Number 1, Miss Twinklins Jones was third. Number 2, Anoche was the winner. Number 3, Here's Who's Your Honey was second. Number 4, Lenny Called Frankie was fourth. Time of the first quarter was 30 3/5. The half was in 101 1/5. The 3/4 in 132 1/5, with a mile in 201 2/5. From the top, it should read 3, 1, 2, 4 on the bottom, the mile in 201 2/5.
Wow. Mandy Jones does a good job with that. Here's Who's Your Honey,
Yes,
too.
yep.
I think she's got to be racking up the points in there, too.
Yep.
So.
I really don't know who would be leading in the ladies series. I think Bill handles that.
Maybe Ayers. I think Ayers was.
Well, I don't know if Ayers does anymore
not
since
anymore?
he's with the commission.
Okay, yeah, maybe not then.
But we had a nice payoff there, $4, $2.20, $2.60. The exacta, $2.3, $60, $2.60. So very nice payout. A try with 2-3 all combination, $16.40. Yeah, I assume. I think Jeff Neishunger only had one win last night.
Oh, really?
At Troy, which out of the 10 races, Jason Beatty had 2. Other than that, it was all single wins, I believe. Yeah, very unusual for Jeff just to get one win. He usually has a big week at Dark County, his home fair. But I think Jeff's right now on pace to beat Ronnie Gillespie's record last year of like 105, 108 wins, unless something drastically happens. Jeff looks like he could very well get 125 because he's way up there.
It's amazing.
He had 8 one day at Wilmington back in July, and he had another 5 a couple times. So
that is impressive.
Jeff will be tough to catch.
Yep.
Ronnie Gillespie, not taking anything away from Jeff by any means, but Ronnie's somewhat going to Sire Stakes. He's driving this no sugar intended, or just like sugar that they
Sugar
sold
instead,
to.
Yep. Yeah,
Sugar
Virgil.
instead,
Yep.
yeah. And she has not been beat, so that was Ronnie's goal, to start to drive some at in the Buckeye Stallion Series.
Yep, he wanted to upgrade some of his stock and raise some of his horses more there than at the fairs. And, this life on the road at these fairs can get taxing after a while, especially like Levan's and the Cleggs and Rosie. I mean, it's got to be a long summer for these guys, long days.
Just like I'm sure Rosie Weaver was here last night. I would think she would have been.
I don't actually think she was.
But for instance, if she would be, she might get home at 11:30 at night, and she's up at 6 in the barn, she says.
Got to jog a few and
then come here and do it all over again.
Yep.
We think we got it rough.
Yeah.
I'm tired. I've been on the go 3 nights.
Was it Levan's over at Salina with 12 in one night?
They're amazing. And you know what? They're the first one out every time.
They have them ready. It's amazing, yeah.
Yeah, they bring them out right on time.
I just would love to see how the operation works sometime. I imagine I'd probably get asked to do something if I'm just standing there watching them. I mean, it's incredible. 12 horses in a night and 4 in one race. I mean, that's it's a lot.
Mm-hmm. We had something interesting last night. I'm sure a lot of the viewers watched that. It was one of our last races, about the 8th, 9th race. We did the post parade. Jason Beatty was scoring down the right way of the track. Mike Paul Hamus was going the wrong way of the track. And you could see it maybe going to happen, that they were kind of close. And Mike's horse, I think, maybe jumped in, got scared. It was a colt, a trot, 2-year-old filly trotter, I believe. And they just clipped the bikes, and it literally ripped the harness off of Jason Beatty's horse. Never saw anything like that in my life.
That's Jay Wolf said the same thing. I went back and watched it, and I took a couple screenshots on my phone of the video, and one, they're just trotting along, saddle pad's there, and then literally about the next step, the saddle pad and the harness is gone. I mean, it happened that quick. And then, I thought Jason Beatty took a pretty hard hit, and he drove the rest of the night. he didn't get hit directly, but it jerked him right off the bike, and So pretty amazing how tough these guys and the animals are, really. But you're right, it was just a freak thing. It looked like, I mean, Jason could almost see it coming, but that one of Mike's was just kind of, veering out or shying from something, and it just looked almost unavoidable at that point.
And after that happened, I was watching. We had a water truck on the track. We had a truck dragging, a tractor dragging, and these colts trying to weave in and out of there after their post parade or warming up. Actually, it's wonder it doesn't happen more often. I know in Indiana, I called the Portland, Indiana Fair. You go to the track, you go the right way, always the right way.
I wonder, do they do that like at Rock Springs? Have you ever been down there? 'Cause I know I've heard that one's awful.
We'll find out tomorrow if you watch, I guess.
Yep.
The Greenville kicks off Friday night. You'll be there all week. Friday at the Darke County Fair, 12 races. Post time at 6:30.
Yep. Looking forward to that.
Sunday evening, they draw tomorrow. There'll definitely be a dozen. Post time at 6:30. Once again, I don't know what night to call it. If Chamber's doing it or the Fair's putting it on, but I believe they're giving a television after every race.
Wow.
So they should have a big crowd there.
It's going to be unbelievable. It was crazy last year, and I think the weather's supposed to be just about perfect all week down there.
And Charlie May, right now, he is scheduled to be there, but till the box closes and the post positions are drawn, we do not know. They're talking Charlie May. They're talking a section like Big Rye. Post position draw can be so much there.
35,000 is a lot of money.
Yep, 35,000. Don Tiger really likes the Darke County Fair.
Yep. And Tim Harless, too. I mean, it's hard not to like Tim Harless, really. He loves the sport and does everything he can to promote the racing over there. There's no doubt about that.
I don't know who's going to be there Friday night with you on the broadcast.
Not sure either.
I don't believe Roger's going to be there. He's going to be at Rock Springs, and I don't believe he wants to drive 3 hours to get to Greenville after doing Rock Springs at 1. He probably could make it, but he might change his mind and go. Who knows?
Knowing him, he might. He's a traveler. He was home for like a day, right? And then he left.
He just flew in, I think, late last night.
Yeah.
Yep. And tomorrow, or he might have left today to go. I don't know how far Rock Springs drive would be for him.
When do they do the Annie Oakley? Is that partial night and Regal night?
I think it is. The Annie Oakley goes that night, yes. This will be my 50th year at Greenville.
How many at Salina? I meant to ask you that.
That I don't know. There could be my longest, this is my 54th year, but Greenville and Urbana. Back then, when Roger left Pompano and I took over all his fairs when he gave me my start, as I'm sure many know, but for the fans listening who don't know, Roger Houston did about 18 to 20 county fairs. He would go to the Red Mile in the fall, do the Grand Circuit meet, do the jug, then go to Pompano. They would open up in about November and stay there till 1st of April, and then go to the Red Mile and do their spring meet and all these county fairs. Roger Houston, when he started county fair, announced he was going to be, I believe, a phys ed teacher. He's got a degree in teaching. And we all know how good Roger is. And Pompano Park heard about Roger Houston. And they came to Xenia to listen to him one day. I don't even know if he knew they was there at Pompano, and they offered him a job, and he wasn't even a teacher. That was probably when he was 22 or 23 years old. He just graduated from school. And here's another one talking about the jug coming up. I've told this story before, but Stan Bernstein was calling the jug, and he couldn't be there 1 year for the jug or whatever. Probably in 68, probably 68 was Roger's first year there, maybe 67. And Corin Nixon, state representative, Lebanon Raceway, told Hank Thompson, he said, I know of a young announcer, his last name is Houston, he's really good, he's doing some county fairs. But he said, well, his first name's Roger, but he said, back then, naturally, it wasn't a cell phone. You called the operator to get through. So Hank Thompson wanted to get Roger Houston and offer him the job for the jug. So he called the operator at Senior, or ever how you would do that, and he said, give me all the Houstons you have. Start at the top and give me the numbers, or however they did it, you call them. And naturally, you would go by alphabet. Roger's dad's name was Cecil with a C. So the first one he called was Cecil, and he said, is Roger there? And he said, yeah, and that's how Roger Houston got the job at Delaware. Rest is history.
Going for a purse of $4,147 and a blanket courtesy of Brick and Brew. Number 1 is Legacy Affair, all by Duke Sugg and Steve Moss of Deschler and Mike Lee of Rudolph, trained and driven by Duke Sugg. Number 2 is Illuminating Sunset, all by Chris Beaver of Radnor, Marion Beachy of Sugar Creek, and Steve Zehandler of Worthington, trained by Chris Beaver, the driver Clifton Bell. Number 3 is Silazoo, leased by E.G. Trott LLC of Findlay, trained and driven by Ed Greeno Jr. Number 4 is Countess Catherine, all by Mick Foster of Lucky, trained and driven by Ty Bates. Number 5 is Caminari, owned by Sandra Burnett of Wilmington and Chris Beaver of Radnor, trained by Chris Beaver, the driver Emmanuel Miller. Number 6 is Eckerd Hill Carey, owned by Rosie Weaver of Beach City, Heartland Acres of Walhonding, and Cabby D LLC of Hudson, trained and driven by Rosie Weaver. Horses will take one score and go to the gate. Future windows closing in 4 minutes. There's win.
Well, there you had the post parade. It's 2-year-old filly trotters. First of 3 divisions, $4,147 to one. Legacy Affair, the 2-year-old bay filly by Long Tom. $30,000 purchase last fall at the select sale. A winner once in 6 starts, a second and a third. $33,000. Winner at Scioto 59-1, but several breaks last time out when she tried the sire stake at Scioto. That was on the 10th of August. 2, Illuminating Sunset, Clifton Bell for Chris Beaver. This Field Bay filly by Stormin Norman. 9 starts, a win, 3 seconds, a third. 9,300. A winner at Berea, 210-2. The 2, Illuminating Sunset. 3 is Xylazoo. Ed Greeno Jr. trains and drives. This Bay filly by Walk the Hill. First career start, sold at the Ohio Select sale for $30,000. Number 3, Xylazoo. 4 is Countess Catherine. Tyler Bates trains and drives for Mick Foster. This is the 2-year-old bay filly by Full Count. 3 starts, is yet to hit the board. Shows a break in just about every start. 5, Caminari, Manuel Miller for Chris Beaver. 2-year-old bay filly by Walk the Hill. 5 starts, 2 wins, and a third. 19,500, 159 at Northfield Park. That was just last Thursday. And number 6 is Eckerd Hill Carey. Rosie Weaver trains and drives. Owns a partnership with Heartland Acres and Gabby D LLC. The Brown filly by Uncle Peter. 8 starts with 3 wins, 2 seconds, a third. $12,596. Coming off a win at Croton. 205 and 4/5. The 6, Eckerd Hill Carey.
Not much to go off of on that horse. 2-year-old filly of
No.
Greeno Jr.'s. Boy, she looks good on the track.
Yeah, well, she should. 30,000.
30 grand, yeah.
Then comes Illuminating Sunset, Silazoo, Countess Catherine with Caminari on the outside in the first tier. 1 trailer, Eckerd Hill Carey. They're at the post. Starting gate is rolling now. Here they come. The year off and trotting the first horse away is Illuminating Sunset. Up on the outside second, that is Caminari. Off stride third is Legacy Affair. Now taking over third along the rail is Eckerd Hill Carey. Moving up fourth is Sila Zoo. Back trotting fifth now is Legacy Affair. And the last horse is Countess Catherine. As they make the turn now, heading down the backside to race over that quarter-mile mark, Emmanuel Miller has Caminari on top by 2.5 lengths. Racing in there second, that's Illuminating Sunset, driven by Clifton Bell. A little farther back third comes Eckerd Hill Carey, driven by Rosie Weaver. In there fourth is Sila Zoo, driven by Ed Greeno Jr. Fifth is Legacy Affair, driven by Duke Sugg. The last horse, Countess Catherine, driven by Ty Bates.
31 and 1.
First quarter was trotted in 31 and 1/5 seconds. Racing around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time. That's Caminari on top by about 5 lengths. And their second is Illuminating Sunset. Racing third is Eckerd Hill Carey. Sila Zoo is fourth. Moving up on the outside fifth is Legacy Affair. And farther back sixth is Countess Catherine. Past the half-mile mark. That is Caminari by about 4 lengths over Illuminating Sunset.
102 and 4.
First half trotted in 102 and 4/5 as they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over to that 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is Caminari. Racing second, Illuminating Sunset. Up on the outside third is Legacy Affair. At the rail fourth is Eckerd Hill Carey. Racing in there fifth is Sila Zoo, and the last horse, Countess Catherine. Going to that 3/4 mile mark, that is still Caminari with the lead. Up on the outside second comes Legacy Affair. At the rail third, that's Illuminating Sunset. And right there fourth, Eckerd Hill Carey.
134.
3/4 in 134 as they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's still Caminari with the lead. Legacy Affair is second and trying to come on. Along the rail third, that is Illuminating Sunset. Up on the outside fourth, Eckerd Hill Carey. Through the lane, that's Caminari and Legacy Affair. It's going to be Caminari, and here the outcome. Illuminating Sunset up for place, up for show was Eckerd Hill Carey. A mile in 2:04 and 2/5.
Caminari, Jewel Bay filly by Wanta Hill out of the Storm of Norman mare. Red Storm, 3 for 6 this year, 2:04 and 2. Coming off that win at Northfield Park at the Buckeye Stallion Series last Thursday. Earnings now will go to right at $22,000 on the year for Caminari. Second to one, Legacy Affair, who made a break leaving, made up the ground, got a good trip out of it for Duke Sugg. He'll be up for second. Third, Eckerd Hill Carey and Rosie Weaver. 31 and 1, 102 and 4, 134 home and 204, 2/5. Manuel Miller gets his second winning drive of the evening. Caminari, second choice at 8-5. Post time favorite was the one, Legacy Affair, at 6-5. Bettor's third choice was the 6, Eckerd Hill Carey. So that's the order they pretty much finished in. So most likely the try will be covered. A lot of times at these county fairs, a long shot comes in. You do not see all 3 combinations to have a try at the fair. If the winner is, if you buy a ticket and say it's a 1, 2, 3, and the winner for a try, I guess what I'm trying to say at a fair betting, has to cross the wire. There has to be a winning ticket sold on that horse at 1 to make it a consolation, or otherwise it is a total refund. Back to the winner's circle, the 5, Caminari, Manuel Miller. Let's go to Bill Peters.
New track record for 2-year-old filly trotters. The old track record was 2:05 and 4/5 by Lady Silhouette back in 2019. This mile was in 2:04 and 2/5, breaking the record by a second and 2/5. The blanket for this race is courtesy of Brick and Brew. Let's have a big hand here for Caminari and Emmanuel Miller, the new track record holder for 2-year-old filly trotters. Here are the official placings for race 4 from the top. Number 1, Legacy Affair was second. Number 2, Illuminating Sunset was 4th. Number 3, Silazu was 5th. Number 4, Countess Catherine was 6th. Number 5, Camineri was the winner. Number 6, Eckerd Hill Carey was 3rd. Time of the first quarter was 31 1/5. Number 2, the half was in 102 4/5. The 3/4 in 134, with a mile in 204 2/5. From the top it should read 2:45.613, a mile in 204 2/5. New track record for 2-year-old filly trotters.
Well, the 5th race coming up next. Field is 7 3-year-old filly pacers for 4,114. We'll be back to take a look at that 3-year-old filly pace right after these messages.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
For over 50 years, Midland Acres has provided top-quality Ohio-bred colts and fillies. As a third-generation farm with 500 acres of pasture for breeding to boarding and on-site veterinarian care, we understand the importance of delivering well-cared-for and well-mannered yearlings. Get in the winner's circle with the yearlings by Fear the Dragon, Yankee Cruiser, Pet Rock, Long Tom, and Bit of a Legend. Midland Acres, doing our best to bring you the best.
Do you want your horse to shine in the winner's circle? Feed DAC Oil. It makes a world of difference.
The thrill and excitement of Grand Circuit Racing returns to the Delaware County Fairgrounds. Make your plans to attend the 78th Little Brown Jug.
You win the Little Brown Jug!
Little Brown Jug Week starts Sunday, September 17th with the 78th Little Brown Jug Thursday the 21st. Visit littlebrownjug.com or call 1-800-DEL-FAIR for ticket information. Be there!
Athletes, they come in all shapes and sizes. They catch, they leap, they run. Some athletes even come with 4 legs and paws and hooves. When these beloved family members need care, remember the Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center. Ohio State experts wrote the book on exceptional animal care and know how to get our best friends back on their feet. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center.
Matt, can you check and see if we're getting any comments? I can't get my phone to open anything up.
The cell service out here is rough. I will take a look right now.
Are we hardwired here?
Yeah, we had to be. The other, just wouldn't work. Let's see. Marvin Klein said hi, Doug. See you at Greenville.
Okay, I know Marvin. Marvin was probably there back in 1974 when I called my first race at Darke County.
Kip Hartman watching from Van Wert. Mr. Meyer watching. Scott Tarleton from Scott, Ohio.
Scott Tarleton, yep.
Mike Webkenberg.
Mike Webkenberg.
Rock Springs.
Boy, Mike's got a night off tonight. I'm on the go, but guess those starters get a day off every now and then.
I actually had breakfast with our starter this morning on accident. I went to a diner down the road from me, and first person I saw in there was Bruce Patterson.
Bruce Patterson, yeah.
yeah. So had breakfast with him and his wife Jeannie. Just talking to him a little bit about the track. You can see here in a couple spots between the, like the head of the stretch and the finish line here, the starting gate will take a dip or two in a couple spots. And he said, yeah, it gets a little tricky, especially when it gets wet out here. It can get a little squirrely on them, but He loves doing it.
Looking across the way, I know our viewers like to see our payoffs, so I'll run that off to you here. Camineri, the winner of the last race, 540, 210, and 210. I'm sure the exacta was covered. It's taken down because they put the odds up there now, but the winner, 540 to win.
I talked to Manny before the races. I went back there and talked to him a little bit. He said he thought he was sitting on one winner, but he didn't tell me which one. I don't know if it was that one or not, but I'd look forward to driving her too.
So talking about Mike Wepkenberg, he is, I assume he's leaving in the morning to go to Rock Springs, spend the night there, 4 tomorrow, 8 on Friday. He's hoping to be finishing time, which they better be because he has to be to Greenville at 6:30. So Mike Wepkenberg and Becky do get around.
And a blanket in memory of Art Erford. One is Alley's Treasure, Alba Miller Racing Stable Incorporated of Greenville, Ohio, Horseplay Racing Stable of Grove City, Ohio, and E.L. Marinan of Dayton, Ohio, trained by Ryan Miller, the driver, Drew Neal. Number 2 is Missy Rocks, by Jerry Meigel of Westland, Michigan, trained by Steve Novak, the driver, Kim Pluta. Number 3 is Wink Sophie, by Herman Hagerman of Kidron, Martin Yoder of Mount Eaton, and Evans Cattle Company of New Carlisle, Ohio, trained by Herman Hagerman, the driver, Emmanuel Miller. Number 4 is Molly Stone, by Lucky Draw Racing Stable of Upper Sandusky, Ohio, trained by Pat Karcher, the driver, Jason Merriman. Number 5 is Bluesberry Brandy, owned, trained, and driven by Greg Bateson of Toledo. Number 6 is A.E. Little Lizzie, owned by the Ocean Mist Farm of Monroe, Indiana, trained and driven by Pierce Henry. And number 7 is Hang On Abigail, owned by Mike Metters of Pataskala and Jerry Summers of Pickerington, trained by Mike Metters, the driver, Mark St. Louis Jr. Horses will take one score and go to the gate. Mutual windows closing in 4 minutes. There's Win, Place, Show, Exacta, Quinella, and Trifecta Wagering here in race 5.
Well, it's a field of 7 3-year-old filly pacers. One Alley's Treasure, Drew Neal. Has 6 wins in the season with 3 seconds and 3/3, 27,154 Northfield Park. Oba Miller Racing, Horseplay Racing, and E.L. Marinan of Dayton. I'm sure connections of the Horseplay Racing stable are watching. I'd like to say hello to Nolan and Wesley Roth. Maybe watching in the Grove City area, or maybe at Sauda Downs. 2, Missy Rocks. Kim Pluta drives for Steve Novak. 16 starts, 2 wins, 2 seconds, 2/3, $11,335, 157 and 2 at Northfield. 3, Wink Sophie, Emmanuel Miller for Herman Hagerman. Has a win in 18 starts, a second and 3/3, 11,000 earlier in the year in Miami Valley, 157 and 2 for the 3, Wink Sophie. Jason Merriman will pick up the drive on the 4, Molly Stone for the Lucky Draw Racing Stable of Upper Sandusky. Pat Karcher trains, has a win in 10 starts, 3 seconds, 1/3, $8,800. Winner at Tiffin, 202 and 2. The 4, Molly Stone. Drivers change, Jason Merriman. 5, Bluesberry Brandy, Greg Bateson. Owns, trains, and drives the 3-year-old Bay Phillip and Nob Hill High. Yet to find a winner circle in 16 starts, but has 2 seconds and 1/3. $5,200 was winner last year as a 2-year-old. 206 and 2 at Oak Harbor. Number 6, A. Little Lizzie, Pierce Henry, trains and drives for Ocean Mist Farm. 4 starts, has a 3rd this year. Last start out at Attica, finished 5th, beaten 16 the mile in 202 and 2. A.E. Little Lizzie, 205 and 3. 7, Hang On Abigail, Mark St. Louis Jr. for Mike Metters. This is a 3-year-old black filly by the Ponderosa. 2 wins and 15 starts, has 5 seconds and 1/3 to go along. 25,500, 155 and 1 at Sauda Downs earlier in the year. Coming off a 2nd place finish at Croton. Field of 7 for $4,114. Making their way toward the Roth and Bruce Patterson starting gate.
This 7 horse made a huge move. I think it was Mansfield. Let me check yeah, definitely Mansfield. I mean, it was jaw-dropping around the last turn. I had to think, I mean, she can absolutely fly, but Allie's Treasure, you can't hardly ask for a more honest horse than her. I mean, she just is right there every week, looks like. Oh. Lost you somehow here, Doug. Did that do it?
Testing. Yep,
Yeah,
that did it.
a
Must have just been a loose connection.
Yep.
Look across the way. They are making their way to the gate. Getting a little breeze right now, Matt. That feels
we'll
great.
We'll take it. Yep.
Stone with Bluesberry Brandy on the outside in the first two. 2 trailers, A.E. Little Lizzie and Hang On Abigail. They're at the post. Starting gate is rolling now. There they come. They're off and pacing the first horse away at the rail is Allie's Treasure. Dropping in there second is Missy Rocks. Moving up third along the rail, that's Hang On Abigail. Up on the outside fourth is Molly Stone. At the rail fifth is Bluesberry Brandy. In there sixth is A.E. Little Lizzie. And the last horse after going off stride is Wink Sophie. As they go down the backside over toward that quarter-mile mark, Drew Neal has Allie's Treasure on top by 1 length. Pacing second is Missy Rocks, driven by Kim Pluta. At the rail third, that's Hang On Abigail, driven by Mark St. Louis Jr. Up on the outside fourth is Molly Stone, driven by Jason Merriman. At the rail fifth, Bluesberry Brandy, driven by Greg Basin. Sixth is A.E. Little Lizzie, driven by Pierce Henry. And the last horse around that turn, that's Wink Sophie, driven by Emmanuel Miller.
30 and 2.
First quarter paced in 30 and 2/5 seconds. Racing around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time, that's still Allie's Treasure with lead. Sitting in there second, that's Missy Rocks. Up on the outside third is Molly Stone. Racing at the rail fourth now is Hang On Abigail. Fifth along the rail, Bluesberry Brandy. Racing sixth, A.E. Little Lizzie. And the last horse, Wink Sophie.
101 and 2.
First half paced in 101 and 2/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over to that 3/4 mile mark. Mark St. Louis has got Hang On Abigail in high gear on the outside. She sticks her nose out in front, but not giving up along the rail is Allie's Treasure. Racing third is Missy Rocks. On the outside fourth is Molly Stone. Bluesberry Brandy is locked in with no place to go fifth. Racing in there sixth is A.E. Little Lizzie. And the last horse is Wink Sophie. Past that 3/4 mile mark, regaining the lead along the rail is Allie's Treasure. And on the outside second, Hang On Abigail.
130 and 3.
3/4 in 130 and 3/5 as they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's Allie's Treasure with the lead with Hang On Abigail on the outside second. Racing third is Missy Rocks, followed by Bluesberry Brandy fourth and Molly Stone fifth. Through the lane, that's Allie's Treasure and Hang On Abigail. It's going to be Allie's Treasure, and here the outcome. Hang On Abigail up for place, Missy Rocks for show. 1 mile in 2 minutes and 2/5.
Allie's Treasure pretty much under wraps.
Yep. Yeah, Drew tucked the whip under his arm about halfway through the lane there.
30 and 2 for the opening quarter, 101 and 2 for the half. Well rated mile there, 31 second breather for Allie's Treasure. 130 and 3, home 2 minutes, 2/5. Back half 59 seconds, 3-year-old Bay Filly by Well Said. The Captain Treacherous Mare, Allergic to Money. Miller Racing Stable, Greenville Horseplay Racing Stable of Grove City, Ohio. E.L. Marinan of Dayton, Ryan Miller trains. Drew Neal gets the winning drive behind Allie's Treasure for $4,114.
Big crew heading out to the winner's circle.
Chris Hope, into the winner's circle, who helps Ryan Miller quite often. Pretty good distance down here from Greenville, Ohio. It was probably an hour and a half, so it'd be definitely 2 hours, 10 minutes from Greenville. Hour and a half from Salina.
Comes number 1, Allie's Treasure, owned by Miller Racing Stable Incorporated, Horseplay Racing Stable, and Ed Marinan, trained by Ryan Miller and driven to victory this evening by Drew Neal. The blanket for this race is given in memory of Art Erford. Art was a longtime owner of harness horses. He passed away here the last year, and this blanket is given in his memory. Members of the Erford family are in the winner's circle for the trophy presentation. It looks like that blanket happens to go to Ryan Miller's colors of blue and gold also. Let's have a big hand here for Ryan Miller, Chris Hope, Drew Neal, and Allie's Treasure, and to the family of Art Erford for giving this blanket in his memory. Here are the official placings for race 5 from the top. Number 1, Allie's Treasure was a winner. Number 2, Missy Rocks was 3rd. Number 3, Wink Sophie was 7th. Number 4, Molly Stone was 5th. Number 5, Bluesberry Brandy was 4th. Number 6, A.E. Little Lizzie was 6th. At number 7, Hang On Abigail was 2nd. Time of the first quarter was 30 2/5. The half was in 101 2/5. The 3 quarters in 130 3/5, with a mile in 2 minutes and 2/5. From the top it should read 137, 546, 2 on the bottom, the mile in 2 minutes and 2/5.
Trifecta 172, 980. The winner 240, Exacta 380, Quinella 380. Sixth race, second division, Springhaven Farm Ladies Driving Series. Vicki Lynn Lake, Christina Wyatt, Mandy Jones, and Jennifer Main. We'll be back to take a look at that sixth second division Springhaven Farm Driving Series right after these messages.
When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out: Big D's. Since 1974, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at bigdweb.com. Most orders shipped that day, or call 1-800-321-2142. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply.
Cool Winds Farm in Lima, Ohio is a full-service standardbred breeding facility that specializes in stallion management. Cool Winds Farm stands the popular Dancin' Yankee, whose first crop of 2-year-olds are now racing. Cool Winds also welcomed Western Fame to their stallion barn, who won nearly $2 million competing against the best pacers of his generation. Be sure to inspect the Cool Winds yearlings at the Ohio Selected Jug Sale at Pickaway on Friday, September 15th.
With more than 300,000 horses in Ohio, the economic impact of the equine industry in the state is over $2.8 billion. Much of that value comes from standardbred horse owners, breeders, trainers, and drivers who participate in the sport of harness racing. The mission of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association is to preserve, protect, promote, and serve the entire standardbred industry in Ohio and beyond. To learn more about the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association, go to ohha.com. That's ohha.com.
Hello, Australia. We've got someone from Australia watching now. Folks, I'm sorry, I can't, when I'm on the computer, I can only go back about 10 or 12 comments. So
okay.
I saw earlier Mark Reinhardt.
Mark Reinhardt is a regular from Sydney, Ohio.
Thanks, everybody. I wish I could go back and do more. Susan,
I can't pick anything up on my phone.
Nope, I can't even get it to load. Yep, so sorry about that, guys. I hope you guys can kind of comment amongst yourselves. I know most of you do a lot of the time. I'll try and pick up anything I can if you have any questions or anything. J.D. Varnell, if he's watching, thanks for everything all year long. Sometimes I forget to mention that, but he gives us a lot of good information when we can't be watching elsewhere.
Some of our fine sponsors, two of our farms, Cool Wind Farms and Midland Acres, have been with the OHHA broadcast from the get-go. Big thank you to them and to all of our sponsors, but I'd like to touch on Midland Acres and Cool Wind Farms. Randy and Kim Haynes at Cool Wind Farms. Randy, OHHA director. They do so much for the sport along with Midland Acres. The big sale, Ohio Select sale, Midland Acres and Cool Wind Farms will be selling their select yearlings at Friday, September 15th at the Pickaway Agricultural Center in Circleville. That is coming up probably in about 5 weeks or maybe just 4 weeks from tomorrow. It's just hard to believe that these 2-year-olds we see now will be 3-year-olds next year. We'll have a new bunch of freshmen in. It goes quick.
Yep, I'm just starting to get some of these names down.
You know, this year, I told somebody the other day, we had some people in the winter by us in Florida, and they said, well, how do you remember the names? And I said, you know, if it's the 5th race coming up, I don't know who's in the 5th per se till the post parade, but the day before when the entries come out, I always look at the names and go through them just to see if I can pronounce them in the way announcers do it. If this horse raced at Sourdough Downs, it's a tough name to say. I will put its name in the search thing on the United States Trotting Association webpage, and it'll say he raced August 2nd at Sourdough Downs in the 7th race. So on my phone, I can go back and watch replays. I'll go to August 7th. Or 2nd, whatever it might have been, at Sourdough Downs, listen to Barry Vickroy, and maybe Barry Vickroy called it wrong. You know, you don't know. They're so tricky the way these names are.
Yeah.
But that's the way I do. Or I have pronounce on my phone, pronounce and put the name in. Sometimes you get it, sometimes you don't. But actually this year, they're pretty simple. The last year, I thought they were really tough.
Sacagawea is out there. I know that one was tough.
Somebody told me at the Urbana Fair, I guess, I don't know I do it, but when I'm calling them out for the post parade, we got 3 out, need 2, 4 need 2, 4 need 2. I guess it sounds like an auctioneer. They said they're going to name a horse 4 need 2. So we'll see if that happens.
That is pretty amazing to hear. A lot of folks at home can't hear that. You know, that audio only goes back to the barn area.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's a constant shuffle of horses on and off the track.
This job here, doing this, I really enjoy. It's so relaxing. Calling a race, I really enjoy it, but it's work because you do not get it after. You're not like the judges or the timers can kind of talk. You can a little bit, but if you want to keep the show on the road, you're with your binoculars. Okay, we got 3 out, need 3 more, 4 need 2. Hey, let's bring them on. We're lagging.
Yep.
And, you know, you got to keep it moving. So your mind is actually working the whole night.
And like how you mentioned earlier, that's where, you know, you appreciate the Levans being the first on the track every time.
Yeah.
So
we always say
you don't have to look for them.
Right. They're going to give it to Ohio OCR banquet. Lisa Swartz said a award or special mention to the Levans that maybe everybody should, maybe they could have a training on getting them out on time. I guess we got talking. Bill missed the post parade. It's field of 4.
Yeah, that was quick.
Second division Springhaven Farm Lady Driving Series. Number 1 Pronto Tonto Vicky Lynn Lake drives. This in 36,000 lifetime. 5 starts this year. Yet to hit the board. 2 Lady Anastasia Christina Wyatt. 22 starts, has a win. 3 seconds, 2/3. 55 lifetime. 155 and 4 is a 4-year-old at the Meadows. Number 3, Elegant Velocity, Mandy Jones for Greg Cook. 16 starts, has a win. 44 career wins, 293,000 lifetime. As a 6-year-old, the mark at Northfield Park of 154. Number 4, This Time, Jennifer Main. 28 starts for This Time, no wins this year. 25 wins lifetime, 217,000 lifetime. As a 6-year-old, the winner at Northfield Park, 153. Pronto Tonto, Lady Anastasia, Elegant Velocity, and This Time. Field of 4 for the second division of the Springhaven Farm Ladies Driving Series. The top 8 drivers will compete. I believe it'll be on Tuesday at Delaware for the championship of the Ladies Pace. Crowd still with us, a very nice crowd, way above average crowd that you see at a county fair.
A lot of folks lined up around the fence line,
and
too.
you know, I said when we pulled in, this reminds me of Delaware. You can actually watch races here all the way around the track.
Yep.
Their seats were chained or strapped to the top of the stretch far turn there. When we pulled in, I noticed that. Last year was my first trip here to Napoleon, as I worked the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association evening on a Wednesday, I guess a year ago tonight. Tomorrow, I believe it's 1 o'clock post. Let me see, get it to you for sure so it's not wrong. At Rock Springs, 1 o'clock post. Only 4 races tomorrow, so you better tune in earlier. You will get shut out. 8 races on Friday at 1.
Did they get 8 for Friday?
They got 8
okay,
for
that
Friday.
Wasn't up earlier
in
when I
Greenville, Friday night, post time at 6:30 with 12 races. Greenville's a lone fair on Friday, and there is not a fair going on a Saturday in August. This weekend in August, that is unreal.
That is unbelievable.
Greenville always went on a Saturday afternoon and Saturday night. I believe they're having a big concert Saturday night. I'm not for sure on that, but we go back there Sunday night, a big night. A lot of giveaways that Sunday night at Greenville at 6:30. Wednesday night, post time to be determined. They advertise it at 7:45, but I'm sure it will be earlier than that. They have Veterans Day Parade, and then the Regal Memorial on the Arnie Almahurst Trot on Thursday night, next Thursday at 6:30, so that should be a big night. Right now, Charlie May is scheduled to make an appearance in the Regal. Let's go to Bill Peters for the call of the 6th.
Here they come. Here, off and pacing the first horse away at the rail, it's Pronto Tanto. Up on the outside second, that's Eloquent Velocity. At the rail third, that's Lady Anastasia. Moving in there fourth is This Time. As they make the turn now to head down the backside to race over toward that quarter-mile mark, Vicky Lynn Lake has Pronto Tanto on top by a length and a half. Pacing in there second, that's Lady Anastasia, driven by Christina Wine. On the outside third, that's Eloquent Velocity, driven by Mandy Jones. And at the rail fourth is This Time, driven by Jennifer Main. Going past that quarter-mile mark, that's still Pronto Tanto with the lead, but moving up on the outside comes Lady Anastasia.
31 and 3.
First quarter paced in 31 and 3/5 seconds. Racing around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time. That's Pronto Tanto along the rail with the lead. On the outside, pouring on the pressure is Lady Anastasia. Pacing in their third now is This Time, and the last horse is Eloquent Velocity. 4 pacers pretty well bunched as they come down to the half-mile mark. That's still Pronto Tanto along the rail with the lead. On the outside is Lady Anastasia. Racing in their third is This Time, followed by Eloquent Velocity fourth.
101 and 2.
First half paced in 101 and 2/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over to that 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is Pronto Tanto. The closest horse second is Lady Anastasia. Racing in their third is This Time. And the last horse is Eloquent Velocity. The pace picks up a wee bit going to the 3/4 mile mark. And Vicky Lynn Lake is letting Pronto Tanto out a little bit. Racing in their second, Lady Anastasia, followed by This Time and Eloquent Velocity. Past that 3/4 mile mark, that's Pronto Tanto by 3.5 lengths.
31 and 4. 131 and 4.
3 quarters in 131 and 4/5 as they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's Pronto Tanto, Lady Anastasia, and This Time. Racing through the lane, Pronto Tanto, Lady Anastasia digs in on the outside second as they race toward home. Pronto Tanto and Lady Anastasia. Pronto Tanto and Lady Anastasia. It's going to be Pronto Tanto, and here the outcome. Lady Anastasia up for place, up for third is This Time.
202 and 2.
A mile in 202 and 2/5.
Pronto Tanto, Vicki Lynn Lake. Gate to wire. 5 starts, yet to hit the board. No money. 5-2 on the board. 8-5 post-time favorite. Finished last, 4th. Elegant Velocity, 31-3, 101-2, 131-4. The winning time, 202 2/5. 4-year-old Bay Mare by Western Vintage out of the No Nukes mare. Nukes last dream had a 4-year-old, a 7-year-old, a 12-year-old, and an 11-year-old in this field. So Vicki Lynn Lake and Pronto Tanto take the second division of the Springhaven Farm Ladies Driving Series.
Pronto Tanto was a pretty nice filly on this circuit last year out here, the OFRC. I think she might end up being the OFRC champion. If not, she was runner-up, but I think she might have been the champion last year.
Yes, she had, if you look at that last year, 36,000 last year.
Yeah. Two blankets tonight. I like that. They had enough sponsors for that. It's fly sheets too. Those are always nice. I mean, coolers are nice, but you can always use fly sheets at this time of year.
This night reminds me of last year on a Thursday night, I believe, at Finley. Remember that? That was hot.
Number 1, Pronto Tanto, owned and trained by Mike Lee and driven to victory this evening by Vicki Lynn Lake. This first place blanket is courtesy of Howard's Friendly Service. Let's have a big hand here for Mike Lee, Vicki Lynn Lake, and Pronto Tanto, and Howard's Friendly Service, the donors of the blanket. And now moving down the track into the winner's circle comes our second place horse, number 2, Lady Anastasia, owned by the DTS Racing Stable LLC of Toledo, trained by Karen Takasik and driven this evening by Christina Wyant to a second place finish, and will get the Shears of Napoleon blanket. Let's have a big hand here for Christina Wyant and Lady Anastasia, and to Shears of Napoleon, the donors of the blanket, here for the second place horse. Here are the official placings for race 6 from the top. Number 1, Pronto Tanto was the winner. Number 2, Lady Anastasia was second. Number 3, Eloquent Velocity was fourth. Number 4, this time, was third. Time of the first quarter was 31 3/5. The half was in 101 2/5. The 3 quarters in 131 4/5. With a mile in 202 2/5. From the top it should read 1, 2, 4, 3 on the bottom. The mile in 202 2/5. In the upcoming.
Well, there you have it, Pronto Tanto. Vicki Lynn Lake take the second division of the Springhaven Farm Lady Driving Series. On to race 7. 3-year-old Colt Pace, second division, 4,114. Scratch the 6, Broughton Pike. Featuring a 3, Duncan, the winner of 138,000 this year. We'll be back to take a look at that 7th race right after these messages.
The thrill and excitement of Grand Circuit Racing returns to the Delaware County Fairgrounds. Make your plans to attend the 78th Little Brown Jug.
You win the Little Brown Jug!
Little Brown Jug Week starts Sunday, September 17th with the 78th Little Brown Jug Thursday the 21st. Visit littlebrownjug.com or call 1-800-DEL-FAIR for ticket information. Be there!
For over 50 years, Midland Acres has provided top-quality Ohio-bred colts and fillies. As a third-generation farm with 500 acres of pasture for breeding to boarding and on-site veterinarian care, we understand the importance of delivering well-cared-for and well-mannered yearlings. Get in the winner's circle with the yearlings by Fear the Dragon, Yankee Cruiser, Pet Rock, Long Tom, and Bit of a Legend. Midland Acres, doing our best to bring you the best.
Do you want your horse to shine in the winner's circle? Feed DAC oil. It makes a world of difference.
Winner of the last race, 760, 1-2 Exacta. Nice payout, 56.40 for that Exacta. With the post-time favorite, I believe, finishing fourth off the board. Just heard the commercial about Little Brown Jug Week. It's September 17th through 21st. You can get tickets by going to DelawareCountyFair.com or 800-DEL, D-E-L, Fair, 800-DEL, Fair. Be the 78th running of the Little Brown Jug on Thursday the 21st. On Wednesday the 20th, the 53rd running of the Jugette. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Post time at 1, Wednesday and Thursday, Jugette Day and Jug Day at 12 noon post time. Most of your seating is $30 if you'd like to sit in a box seat, $80 if any box seats are available. Top of the stretch, $60 for Jugette Day, $100 Jug Day. The Pavilion at the top of the hill on the first turn, $180 on Jugette Day, $265 Jug Day, or both days for $375 a seat. That includes your drinks, buffet, lunch, the buffet lunch, and a lot of TV monitors throughout that big tent. So plenty of seating opportunities at the Delaware County Fair on Jug Week. I drove through there Matt Friday on my way to Croton. They're redoing the grandstand. Well, I've been told by Jay Wolf, the men's and ladies' restroom right underneath there, they were connected. Now the ladies is out. The men's will be twice the size. The ladies will go, I don't know what direction it'd be, but I'm going to call toward the first turn, down by the mutual windows. Some of those mutual windows will be a little shorter there because the ladies' restroom will be down there now, and the mutual windows are moving out underneath toward that little road that went behind there. They're extending them out. Oh. So actually where you would walk to the counter now to make your bet, the windows are going to be, say, 5 to 8 feet further back. So where you're standing in line is where their tellers used to be. That's all going to be new. Jay said there'll be minus a few tellers, live tellers, but there's going to be a lot more your betting machines
like
throughout.
Self-betting,
self-betting.
I was down there for the qualifiers.
Yes.
And that's been a while ago, and it was pretty much just tore apart then.
You couldn't really tell much, right?
No, not at all. So, yeah, I knew it was going to be a big project, though, just the scale of it with the materials laying around and as much as they had torn apart at the time.
$1 million jug, just interesting to see how many enter. It's sponsored by the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association, one of the prime sponsors of the Little Brown Jug.
I really, really liked, what was his name, Seven Colors. I thought that might be Brian Brown's ticket right there. And then he just, private sale was sold his last start to, I don't know who bought it, but Andrew Harris is now training it. But I would have liked to see Brian.
It's my show, and was a big winner this past weekend. 46-1, 46-2 at the Red Mile. And the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association, 5 days at Delaware. We'll be there again this year.
Oh, yeah.
It'll be a fun week.
Yeah.
Long week, but a fun week.
Yeah. It is kind of fun to see some of the behind the scenes, like everything that leads up to Jug Week. Because in years past, I had been to the Jugette before, kind of for the day, and then, did a little hanging out overnight and then into Jug Day. But you know, the whole week, just all the preparation that goes into it and all the different events that happen, you know, kind of each night, it's really pretty cool. I mean, I got to shake hands with John Campbell last year, just kind of walking through there, which was awesome.
And Chris Page, you know, won it with By the Missile. I think it was on a Tuesday last year I interviewed Chris. I'll get to that interview, talk about that here after this post-parade.
Area horses for race 7. This is the second division of the 3-year-old Colt Pace, going for a purse of $4,114 and a blanket courtesy of Miller Construction. One is Tennessee Smooth, home of the Deer Lake Stables LLC of Osseo, Michigan, trained by Thad Doty, the driver, Pierce Henry. Number 2 is From Where I'm From, owned by Marjorie Deshetsky of North Branch, Michigan, trained by Ken Hass, the driver, Mark St. Louis Jr. Number 3 is Duncan, owned and trained by Betty Clegg of Northfield, the driver, Nick Clegg. Number 4 is Don't Touch My Truck, owned and trained by Judy Rogner of Croswell, Michigan, the driver, Jason Merriman. Number 5 is High Praise, owned by the Here's Tua stable of Naples, Florida, trained by Ron Steck, the driver, Drew Neal. At number 6, Broughton Pike has been drawn. Horse will take one score and go to the gate. Mute your windows closing in 4 minutes. There's Win, Place, Show, Exacta, Quinella, and Trifecta Wagering.
Getting back to that interview I did with Chris Page on a Tuesday before the jug, when he won it with By the Missile, he was just said it would mean everything for him to win the Little Brown Jug. He lives right there in Delaware. His first Little Brown Jug he attended is when Magical Mike and Mike LaChance won it. So maybe this year I could get an interview with Chris, just explaining what the feeling was like. I hear Chris rides his bike about 5 miles from his house to the fairgrounds every day because he does train a few horses there.
Yeah, I saw him training one day, so that looks like Chris Page out there training one.
So, you know, did the jug go through Chris's mind that week when he'd ride that bike over there?
Yeah, I'm
was
sure.
Was the vision of going to the winner's circle or coming across that wire first? That'll be things we're going to ask him, just how it played that day, and after winning the first heat or that first division elimination, if the pressure is that much more.
I think it had to have been a huge weight off his shoulders, you know, being the favorite, and everybody wanted him to win it so bad, you know, the Ohio connections anyway. And anybody that knows Chris and never had a chance to talk to him, he's just an unbelievably nice guy and, you know, so deserving of his success. So I'm sure he was real happy to have that behind him, you know, and could take a deep breath and then enjoy it a little bit.
I noticed Chris Friday, he drove a Croton, and they really don't have a winner's circle, but the pictures was taken right in front of the grandstand, the fence, a little boy standing there, and Chris walked over and gave him his whip. So that's one idea I have for Jug Week, is talking to Chris Page on a day.
I think everybody would enjoy
just
that.
See what the feeling was like. And
I hope, you know, he can stick with those connections, and he might have quite a few more ahead of him down the road, you know. I mean,
as of right now, I don't know if there's going to be an Ohio horse that would really have a shot at the jug. I might be all wet on that, but nothing sticks out in my mind. Yeah. So we look across the way. They're going to the gate for the 7th, Tennessee Smooth. From Where I'm From, Duncan. Don't Touch My Truck, High Praise. The 6th, Broughton Pike is scratched.
They're at the post. Starting gate is rolling now.
Yeah, I can believe that.
Here they come. They're off off and pacing the first horse away in the middle of the track is Duncan. At the rail second, that's Tennessee Smooth. Moving up third, that's Don't Touch My Truck. Racing in there fourth, that's From Where I'm From. And the last horse is High Praise. As they make the turn now to head down the backside to race over to that quarter-mile mark, Nick Clegg has Duncan on top by 2.5 lengths. Racing second is Tennessee Smooth, driven by Pierce Henry. Racing in there third is Don't Touch My Truck, driven by Jason Merriman. Racing fourth, that is From Where I'm From, driven by Mark St. Louis Jr. And the last horse is High Praise, driven by Drew Neal.
29 and 3.
First quarter paced in 29 and 3/5 seconds. As they race down toward the half-mile mark, that's Nick Clegg and Duncan bringing the horses down toward the half. Racing in there second, that's Tennessee Smooth. Racing third is Don't Touch My Truck. Racing fourth is From Where I'm From. And the last horse is High Praise. Past the half-mile mark, that's Duncan with up by a length and a half over Tennessee Smooth with Don't Touch My Truck closing in third.
59-2.
First half paced in 59 and 2/5 seconds. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. That's Duncan with the lead, but Don't Touch My Truck is flying on the outside second. At the rail third, Tennessee Smooth. High Praise moves up fourth and back to fifth. It's From Where I'm From. Going to the 3/4 mile mark. Don't Touch My Truck sticks his nose out in front on the outside. Dropping back second is Duncan along the rail.
28 and 3.
3 quarters in 128 and 3/5. And off stride now goes Don't Touch My Truck. Out the lead is Duncan. That's Duncan with the lead with Don't Touch My Truck racing in there second. Third, it's From Where I'm From. Racing fourth is High Praise. And the last horse, Tennessee Smooth. As they race toward home, it's going to be Duncan. And here the outcome. Up for place is Don't Touch My Truck. Up for show, looks like it's going to be High Praise.
158 and 2.
A mile in 158 and 2/5.
Well, there you have it, Duncan. 15th of the season. About 141,000 this year. 29 and 3, 59 and 2, 29 and 4 second quarter. 3 quarters, 128 and 3. Back half, 59. The mile, 158 and 2. Duncan, a $7,000 purchase at the Harrisburg sale. Now that was a steal. 3-year-old Bay Go to Son of Pet Rock out of the Western Ideal Mare. Skinny Dip. Betty Clegg, Northfield owns and trains. Nick Clegg drives the winner, Duncan.
Wow. 2 starts back, paced in 50 and 4.
At Scioto, probably.
Yeah,
yep.
yeah. I mean, you're right. $7,000 yearling purchase was an absolute steal.
Where one of the winners go, coming in from Northfield, Ohio, comes number 3, Duncan. Owned and trained by Betty Clegg and driven to victory this evening by Nick Clegg. And Duncan has just paced to a new track record for 3-year-old Colt Pacers, pacing that mile in 158 and 2/5. The old track record for 3-year-old Colt Pacers was 158 and 3/5 by I'm Rocking It in 2021. So he broke it by 1/5 of a second. The blanket for this race is courtesy of Miller Construction. With that win, Duncan has now won over $140,000 just this year. A lifetime over $188,000 in just 2 years of racing. Let's really hear it here for the Cleggs and Duncan and the Miller Construction, the donors of the blanket. New track record holder for 3-year-old Colt Pacers.
Whoa.
Wow.
$186
3, 4, 5, 186.
And the official placing for race 7 from the top. Number 1, Tennessee Smooth was 5th. Number 2, from where I'm from, was 4th. Number 3, Duncan was the winner. Number 4, Don't Touch My Truck was 2nd. Number 5, High Praise was 3rd. Number 6, Broughton Pike had been drawn. Time of the first quarter was 29 3/5. The half was in 59 2/5. The 3 quarters in 128 3/5, with a mile in 158 2/5. A new track record for 3-year-old Colt Pacers, and that also was Duncan's 10th consecutive win. From the top, it should read 5-4-1-2-3 scratch, a mile in 158 2/5.
186 for a 3-4-5. You can definitely see the 3-4. No way they're supposed to beat the 3 Duncan on paper. The 1 could have been second, or the 4. But the 1 was off the board, Tennessee Smooth.
That
so
had to have been, everyone had
if
the
it
money
would have
on
been
the
a
line.
3-4-1 come in, that would have probably paid $7 or $8.
Yep.
There's probably 1 ticket out because the 1 horse is off the ticket. It's a 3-4-5. High Praise, the 3rd horse, has a win this year. Winner it's out of 55-1. The Tennessee Smooth on the line here, and the program does not show any starts at the Perry Mutual track, but great trifecta, most likely just 1 ticket out. So 8th race is next. It's the 2-year-old Colt Trot. 2nd Division, 6,180. We'll be back to take a look at that 8th race right after this.
When the Henry County Agricultural Society was formed in 1852, much of the land was still heavily timbered and uncultivated. The county is located in the northwestern part of the state in what used to be the Great Black Swamp. After the swamp was drained, it became some of the most fertile land in the United States. The first Henry County Fair was held in October of 1853 as a celebration of harvest. The 2-day event was hosted in an open field just outside of Napoleon, Ohio. The fair grew steadily, and by 1884, the grounds were complete with barns, a judge's stand, and a racetrack. The best crop and livestock around continue to be exhibited here. Farming remains the largest employer in Henry County, with 91% of the county as farm fields. The area is also Ohio's 3rd largest producers of wheat. Today, the Henry County Fair is a member of the Ohio Fair Racing Conference and hosts 2 days of live-action harness racing.
The roots of harness racing are born at the county fairs. For over 150 years, people have gathered to watch horses battle it out for fame and glory. Catch the thrills this summer at an Ohio Fair Racing Conference County Fair. The OFRC races at 21 fairs in 19 Ohio counties. Trotters and pacers put it all on the line to be called the best in the Buckeye State. The Ohio Racing Conference, where the path to greatness begins.
Matt, do we have any new comments that we can share or touch on?
Looking through, I saw some folks were saying how much Jennifer Main's colors look like Aaron Merriman's. And
yes,
said that,
exactly.
Almost thought it was Aaron driving out there, so that's pretty high praise for Jennifer Main if she sits that good well on the bike. And
talking about Aaron Merriman, there was a picture posted. Tom Hope posted it. Tom from Greenville. An old picture he came across, and I'm going to guess the year is probably 93, 94. It was standing in front of the grandstand in Greenville. Aaron Merriman, young Aaron Merriman is in there. Kane Coffin, probably 16 years old or 17 years old at the time, is in that picture. Keith Justice from Indiana. Mike Wepkenberg was in the picture.
Wow.
Mike looked a lot younger. It was a night that we honored Gene Regal. That July, he had been inducted into the Harness Racing Hall of Fame, and they brought him down the track in a convertible. I know I had to read a little bit about him. His lifetime career driving wins, training wins. His Great Horses Art Place, life sign, J-Time, 3 diamonds, and he got out, and they took that picture, I believe, before he went to the winner's circle. But yeah, young Aaron Merriman, before you knew who Aaron Merriman would go on to be. So many of these drivers do start it all starts at the fairs. David Miller.
Yeah.
He drove at the county fairs. I can remember David driving at the county fairs. Brett Miller. Mike Wilder. I called Mike Wilder's first win at Springfield.
Wow.
And Mike Wilder now, one of the top drivers at the Meadows.
Yep.
Chris Page called his first win, and on a Sunday afternoon, he told me at the Champaign County Fair in Urbana. I don't know if that was in '94. I can't remember the year that he told me, but so many of these drivers get their first wins at the county fairs.
Always pretty exciting to see them get their first wins. I know. I mean, I like Wyatt Farmer. I known as
Wyatt
Dad
Farmer had a big
forever,
win last night, I believe, at Scioto. He got another win. He's got a half a dozen or 8.
Good.
Hunter Myers got his. He's working his way right up there. Got a win at one of the county fairs. I mean, I'm sure I'm missing somebody. There was just a few that come to my mind.
I know. I can't believe I'm drawing
Tyler
a blank
Smith
right now. Yeah.
Tyler Smith wanted to be announcer at one time. He used to call
yeah.
races
No
for
kidding.
me at a few fairs every now and then. They wanted to be an announcer. Jeff Nysunger, his idol was John Campbell. And John Campbell came to Greenville probably in the 90s. We had a big doings at the Moose Lodge one morning before the races, and John didn't drive that year at Greenville, but he gave a speech, and Jeff was John was Jeff's idol, and I know John signed a lot of autographs. I think that year we had Great Niatros there.
Oh, wow.
He came to the fair.
Yep, we don't know how much more Charlie May's going to go on to do, but I mean, hopefully, 15, 20 years from now, I can tell people, yeah, I saw Charlie May race at the Dark County Fair.
Yeah.
He's already done quite a bit, for sure. I think he eclipsed the $2 million mark, didn't he?
Very close, very close. He would have got 75 to 80,000 for that second place finish. I think he was going for 310. Yeah, he'd be real close.
If they'd get things figured out over there in New Jersey, he'd be over it already. But
and one of
my opinion,
biggest horses I ever announced, several out there know this, I'll put it out there for those that do not know, was when I was a senior in high school in 1972, Rambling Willie. Rambling Willie raced at the Salina, Ohio, Mercer County Harness Horsemen Association Matinee. He finished 5th in a 5-horse field, his first career start in 223-1. He goes on to make $2.8 million, win 123 races, inducted into Harness Racing Hall of Fame. They wrote a book about him, The Horse That God Loved.
Yeah,
because,
okay.
The owners would give 10% of Willie's earnings to the church. Vivian Farrington's husband was a preacher in Richwood, and 10% of Willie's earnings would go to that church. And I had no idea. I called the mile. I was a senior in high school, and I didn't know it till about 4 years ago until I found this old program. I saved a bunch of programs, happened to be going through it, and I could easily threw it away, but it just happened to be one of the stacks I picked up. That's from our matinee. Rambling Willie, the first race, coming off the rail, finished 5th.
I had to do a double take it.
Here's the 8th with Bill Peters, 2-year-old colt trot.
Our printing postword for race 8. This is the second division of the 2-year-old colt trot. Going for a purse of $6,180 and a blanket given in memory of Fred and Char Freppel. One is Scratch Off Ticket, owned by Suzanne Bates of Gibsonburg, Ohio, trained and driven by Ty Bates. Number 2 is CS Door Prize, owned by Derek Harmon of Flemingsburg, Kentucky, trained by Rosie Weaver, the driver Drew Neal. Number 3 is Courageous Modelo, owned by Chris Beaver of Radnor, Ohio, Spartaners of Ballston Spa, New York, and Matt Little of Greenwich, New York, trained by Chris Beaver, the driver Emmanuel Miller. Number 4 is Secret Chaos Theory, owned by Mike Sweeney of Delaware and Lemmer Racing LLC of Rockwood, Michigan, trained by Mike Sweeney, the driver, Pierce Henry. Number 5 is Mindful Amos, owned and trained by Betty Clegg of Northfield, the driver, Nick Clegg. Number 6 is Wilder, owned and trained by Ann Russell, Britain, Michigan, the driver, Mark St. Louis Jr. Number 7 is Rose Run Zeb, owned by Rosie Weaver of Beach City and Heartland Acres of Walhonding, Ohio, trained and driven by Rosie Weaver. Horses will take one score and go to the gate. Mutual windows closing in 4 minutes. There's Win, Place, Show, Exacta, Quinella, and Trifecta Wagering here in race 8.
There was a T-shirt I just saw. Speaking of Ramblin' Willie, on Harness Racing History is a Facebook group that I get some, I see some posts every once in a while. But there was a T-shirt, The Horse That God Loved, that had Ramblin' Willie on it, and someone mentioned that it was probably from the book tour, so they must have toured Ramblin' Willie around at some of the tracks. So I guess they said they thought maybe it's from the Meadowlands. I think I never looked at it that close, but I would love to track down one of those T-shirts for myself. I'd really like to have one of those. I don't know how many would be around anymore, but.
Amy Holler talked to me at the Ohio Harness Horseman Association banquet. I received the Rambling Willie Award this year, and it was ironic. It was 50 years later that I called his race. I got the award, I guess, for longevity of doing things for the sport in Ohio. But she told me her grandpa, Ken Harvey, which many of you know Ken Harvey, lived close to Richwood there. She rode with her grandpa to haul Willie to the Kentucky Horse Park.
Huh.
So that was interesting.
Yeah.
8th race, Teal Colt Trotter, 6,180, scratch-off ticket. 7 starts this year, has 1 second. Tyler Bates drives and trains. 2, CS Door Prize. Drew Neal picks up the drive for Rosie Weaver. 2nd career start, 4th the last time out at Lisbon. Number 3, Courageous Modelo. Emmanuel Miller for Chris Beaver. 4 starts, has 2 wins, 4,600, the winner at Attica in 208. Number 4, Secret Chaos Theory, Pierce Henry for Mike Sweeney. Teal Bay-Gooded son of Sebastian K. has 7 starts, 1 win, 2 seconds, 6,000 in earnings. Winning time, 2:07 and 4 at Attica. 5, Mindful Amos, Nick Clegg for Betty Clegg. 2-year-old Brown-Gooded son of Enterprise, 14 starts, 2 wins, 2 seconds, 2 thirds. Right at 17,000, winner at Jefferson at 209. The 6 is Wilder. Mark St. Louis Jr. drives for Ann Russell. Teal Bay Colt by Uncle Peter. 7 starts, a second and 3 thirds, 4,500. Rounding out the field, the 7, Rose Run Zeb, Rosie Weaver. Owns and trains, owns a partnership with Heartland Acres. The 2-year-old Bay Gooded son of Triumphant Caviar. 7 starts, a win, 2 seconds, a third, $6,200. That lone win was earlier this year at Paulding, up 216 and 1. So that's the field for the 8th, 2nd Division, 2-year-old Colt Trot. Gates rolling on the backside. It's post time for the 8th. Next voice you'll hear will be that of Bill Peters.
Theory with Mindful Amos on the outside in the first tier. 2 trailers, Wilder and Rose Run Zeb. They're at the post. Starting gate is rolling now. Here they come. They're off and trotting. The first horse away in the middle of the track is Courageous Modelo. Up on the outside second is Secret Chaos Theory. At the rail third is Wilder. Dropping in their 4th is Mindful Amos. Racing 5th is Rose Run Zeb. In their 6th is Scratch Off Ticket, and the last horse is CS Door Prize. Heading down the backside over toward that quarter-mile mark, Emmanuel Miller has Courageous Modelo on top by 2.5 lengths. Trotting in their 2nd down the backside That is Secret Chaos Theory, driven by Pierce Henry. In their third is Wilder, driven by Mark St. Louis Jr., followed by Mindful Amos and Nick Clegg fourth.
31 and 3.
First quarter trotted in 31 and 3/5 seconds. Racing around that upper turn to come down past the stand for the first time. That's Courageous Modelo by about 3 lengths. Secret Chaos Theory in their second. Wilder edges up on the outside third. Mindful Amos is fourth. Racing in their fifth, that is Rose Run Zeb. Moving up sixth is Scratch Off Ticket, and the last horse is CS Door Prize. Past the half-mile mark, it is still with the lead Courageous Modelo. On the outside second is Wilder. At the rail third, Secret Chaos Theory, and racing in their fourth, Mindful Amos.
102 and 3.
First half trotted in 102 and 3/5 as they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over to that 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is Courageous Modelo. The closest horse second along the rail is Secret Chaos Theory. Wilder is third on the outside, Mindful Amos in their fourth. Fifth is Rose Run Zeb. Off stride six, Scratch Off Ticket, the last horse, CS Door Prize. Going to the 3/4 mile mark, Courageous Modelo opens up about 3.5 lengths now on Secret Chaos Theory. Racing up on the outside third now is Mindful Amos.
133 and 4.
3/4 and 133 and 4/5. Racing around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's Courageous Modelo with lead. Now Mindful Amos is second and trying to come on. Dropping back third is Secret Chaos Theory, and on the move fourth, Rose Run Zeb. Racing fifth is Wilder as they race toward home. That is still Courageous Modelo with the lead, but Mindful Amos closing fast on the outside. Courageous Modelo and Mindful Amos. Courageous Modelo and Mindful Amos. It's going to be Mindful Amos. And here the outcome. Courageous Modelo up for place. Rose Run Zeb for show. A mile and 2:07.
Well, Mindful Amos nails Courageous Modelo in the final strides in 2:07. Be a lifetime mark for the winner. Second win in the last 3 starts. Gives Nick Clegg his second winning drive of the evening, the other with Duncan. Betty Clegg gets her second winning train. 31 and 3, 102 and 3, 133 and 4. Courageous Modelo was second, and Rose Run Zeb and Rosie Weaver rounded out for third. Mindful Amos, the 2-year-old brown gelding by Enterprise out of the Donato Hanover mare, Change Your Mind. Earnings this year now, a little over $19,000 for Mindful Amos. That's another operation. We talk about the Levans 8 in 1 day. I'm sure that's nothing for the Cleggs. 6 to 8 every day.
I walked past their trailer today and
Do they race out of a trailer?
No,
Okay.
it was empty. They might sometimes. I mean, you can actually see it. I'll put it down here on the far turn after the winner's circle here. But I was walking past trying to count the windows, and I lost track.
I think I see it.
It is a monster.
It is.
By Betty Clegg and driven to victory this evening by Nick Clegg. The blanket for this race is given in memory of Fred and Char Freppel. The Freppels were longtime horse racers here in the Henry County area. Fred also had a lot of positions with the Northwestern Ohio Colt Racing Association, also was a co-speed superintendent there with the Henry County Fair. They both, Fred and Char, have passed away in the last few years, and this blanket is given in their memory. Let's have a big hand here for the Cleggs and Mindful Amos. And for the blanket given in memory of Fred and Char Freppel. Here are the official placings for race 8 from the top. Number 1, Scratch Off Ticket was 7th. Number 2, CS Door Prize was 6th. Number 3, Courageous Modelo was 2nd. Number 4, Secret Chaos Theory was 4th. Number 5, Mindful Amos was the winner. Number 6, Wilder was 5th. And number 7, Rose Run Zeb was 3rd. Time of the first quarter was 31 and 3/5. The half was in 102 and 3/5. The 3/4 in 133 and 4/5. With a mile in 2:07. On the top it should read 7:62, 4:15, 3 on the bottom. The mile in 2:07. New lifetime mark on Mindful Amos.
Winner 360, 380, 5-3 all try, 27-20. You zoomed in on that trailer down there,
Yeah,
Matt?
I'm thinking it's at least a 9-horse.
Oh, I would say definitely 9. Yeah. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9 windows roughly on the side.
I think there's 11 total, but one's on a door and then one's kind of in the bay up front with the storage area.
Okay, so 9, you're probably right. Well, that would,
That's the weight.
I bet it's more than 9 because they would be double wide in there.
It could be. I don't know. I'm sure he probably needs a CDL to drive it down the road, I would think.
I wouldn't want to drive it.
No. Especially around the fairgrounds, I mean, there's a lot going on around here. All kinds of stuff you could run your trailer into.
So the 9th race coming up is a 2-year-old filly trot for $4,147. A field of 6. Manuel Miller will drive the 1. He's looking for his 3rd win. Nick Clegg will drive the 6. A couple of our top drivers tonight. Nick looking for his 3rd driving win. We'll be back to take a look at that 9th race right after these messages.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
Your animals provide unconditional love. When they hurt, you want the best care available to help them enjoy life again. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center is here for you and for them. From heart disease to cancer, diabetes to broken bones, and 24-hour emergency services, Ohio State's team of experts make a difference in the lives of animals and the family members who love them. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center.
When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out: Big D's. Since 1974, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at bigdweb.com. Most orders shipped that day, or call 1-800-321-2142. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply.
We would like to thank our prime sponsors this evening: the Ohio State Veterinary Medical Athletic Center, Big D's Tack Vet and Supply, Cool Wind Farms, DAC Vitamins, the Little Brown Judd, Stable.ca, Midland Acres. Some of our fine sponsors this evening. Well, 8 down, on to the 9th. 2-year-old filly trot for $4,147. A lot of filly trotters this year, lacking some 2-year-old colt trotters and 3-year-old colt trotters.
Yeah, there's been the 3-year-old colts. There was a 2-horse field at Sydney, I remember. And the 2-year-old colts, a 3-horse field at Salina, wasn't it?
Well, Salina in the OCRA along with Troy. So, I think 7 or 8 go to Troy and only 3 to Salina. So you just don't know. It's a crapshoot. So the 9th race, as we mentioned, 2-year-old filly trotters won All About Alley. The Bay Filly Belong Tom sold for $42,000. Bred by Midland Acres, has 8 starts this year, has a 2nd and a 3rd, $3,100 in earnings. 2 Desert Hayes. Greg Bateson drives for Gregory Diamond. This and Uncle Peter. Been to the winner's circle once, a 2nd and a 3rd in 5 starts, $8,000. Winner at Bowling Green a couple weeks ago in 208. 3 Money Snatcher, Clifton Bell for Chris Beaver. Here's a Beaver Triumphant Caviar, one of his favorites. 7 starts, 2 wins, a 2nd, 2 thirds, $10,500. Coming off that win at Croton at 206 and 1. 4 Flexi Lady, Rosie Weaver. owns and trains this. The Bay filly by Flex the Muscle of a Mark Martin. Patricia A. Jury. Courtney Stockmaster owned this one. 8 starts, a second, 4 thirds, 4,000 in earnings. 5, Leading Star, Kim Pluta for Steve Novak, the Bay filly by What the Hill. This a $42,000 Ohio Select purchase. 7 starts, 2 wins, 2 thirds, 7,300, 203 and 3 at Tiffin. 6, Sunshine and Kisses, Nick Clegg for Betty Clegg, 2-year-old Brown filly by Enterprise. 14 starts, a win, 3 seconds, a third, 9,500. Had a qualifying win at Northfield Park, 202 and 3. Trotted a mile on 203, finished second at Northfield Park. County Fair action. Best time at a county fair. Last start, finished 4th, 209 and 2, beaten 18 lengths, the mile 5 and 4 at Croton for Sunshine and Kisses. So it's a field of 6. 2 filly trotters for $4,147.
The 2 horse in here, if anyone was watching last night, this is the half sister to Hydraulic Hazel, who's now 10 for 10 this year.
I noticed
she won by a nose last night.
Oh, yeah, it was close. I did notice that. I looked at the results this morning. Yeah.
Yep.
So they put the pressure on Hydraulic Hazel. Was Greg Bateson driving last night?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. This one here, Ernie Ayers, owner breeder. I talked to him a little bit about this one, and they where she picked up that win at Bowling Green, they tried to screen or put a mask over her eyes. She apparently absolutely despises getting hit in the face with dirt and just refuses to get anywhere near a horse if they're kicking up any dirt in front of her. So they tried that, and they said now it's just a matter of kind of still trying to get her to focus a little bit, but it sure looks like she's coming around.
This is the second division of the 2-year-old filly trot, going for a purse of $4,147 and a blanket courtesy of Batten Stevens Body Shop. One is All About Allie, all by Jim Balasack of Strongsville, Ohio, Chris Beaver of Radnor, Jim Garner of Virginia, and Bob Carson of Strongsville, Ohio, trained by Chris Beaver, the driver Emmanuel Miller. Number 2 is Desert Haze, owned by Ellen Belmore of Sylvania and Ernie Ayers of Sand Creek, Michigan, trained by Greg Diamond, the driver Greg Bateson. Number 3 is Money Snatcher, owned by Chris Beaver of Radnor, Ohio, Steve Z. Handler of Worthington, Ohio, Tim Holman of Mainville, Ohio, trained by Chris Beaver, the driver Clifton Bell. Number 4 is Flexi Lady, owned by Mark Martin of Willard, Ohio, Patricia Jury of Bucyrus, Ohio, and Courtney Stockmaster of Bellevue, Ohio, trained and driven by Rosie Weaver. Number 5 is Leading Star, owned by Jerry Meisel of Westland, Michigan, trained by Steve Novak, the driver Kim Pluta. At number 6 is Sunshine and Kisses, owned and trained by Betty Clegg of Northfield, the driver Nick Clegg. Horses will take 1 score and go to the gate. There's Win, Place, Show, Exacta, Quinella, and Trifecta Wagering here in race 9.
Well, we're getting a little bit of a break, Matt. That sun kind of going away. It's probably cooled off several degrees.
Yeah. We're real lucky it wasn't 90 and humid like I think it normally is mid-August at Napoleon, Ohio. I got a text from Jay Wolf. I finally got it to load his top 10. He sent me this week's latest updated version. It's My Show, number 1 spot. Cannibal in the 2 spot. 7 Colors has moved up to the 3rd spot. I think he was sitting 5th last week. He had
and Brian Brown, he just sold.
Yep. World record mile first start for the new connections at Northfield for 3-year-old Colt Pacers, I believe. So I think that's what I read. Someone will probably correct me if I'm wrong on that. Then this horse I have a tough time saying. Bucephalus, 4th. And, well, now I can't even get it. There we go. Stockade Sea Ulster, 5th. So it's out there if you would like to see.
Yeah, it should be probably on the USTA webpage today, I would say.
Yeah, I imagine. Yep. Oh. Okay. Just got a text from Ryan Stahl. So, hey, bud, this is Ryan Stahl. Watching your telecast from Napoleon. Yeah, Jennifer Maine's colors look like Miriam because she's got his colors and my helmet on.
Oh,
so,
well.
That's the Toledo connection there.
You were not seeing things then.
No. Nope, that explains a lot. Aaron and Ryan were just kind of getting started when I was kind of growing up. I was about the same age as those guys and stuff, so got to joke around with them quite a bit. And, Ryan drove some for us. And, I don't know that there's anybody better with some of our goofy trotters. We always felt real fortunate when we were able to get him to drive one of ours. So glad to see both those guys have continued success.
I know what I was going to touch on a few minutes ago. I think it was on the Ohio Harness Horseman's page, I believe, a horse race at Scioto, maybe Tuesday afternoon or evening there. It was a Pinto. You do not see many of those. And I remember one from probably the late 60s and real early 70s. Glenn Florence of Coldwater, Ohio owned it. Her name was Flaming Jet. Irv Samples would drive her. I believe she went on to race at Maywood Park. Flaming Jet. You just do not see too many of these Pintos. One every now and then.
That is really neat to see them, though, when they're going.
And Flaming Jet was a good one. Well, 2-year-old filly trotters, field of 6, making their way to the starting gate. Let's go to Bill Peters for the call of the 9th.
They're at the post. Starting gate is rolling now. Here they come. They're off and trotting. The first horse away in the middle of the track is Money Snatcher. Up on the outside second is Flexi Lady. At the rail third, that's Desert Haze. Moving up fourth is Leading Star. Moving up along the rail fifth, that is All About Ellie. And the last horse at this point is Sunshine and Kisses. As they make the turn now to head down the backside to race over toward that quarter-mile mark, Clifton Bell has Money Snatcher on top by a length and a half. Trotting in there second, that is Flexi Lady, driven by Rosie Weaver. Trotting third is Desert Haze, driven by Greg Bateson. Moving up fourth is along the rail now. Going down the backside, that is All About Alley, driven by Emmanuel Miller. On the outside fifth is Leading Star, driven by Kim Pluto. The last horse, Sunshine and Kisses, driven by Nick Clegg.
34 and 2.
First quarter trotted in a leisurely 34 and 2/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time, with the lead along the rail, that is Money Snatcher. Flying up on the outside second now comes Leading Star, but goes off stride. Coming to the half-mile mark, that is still Money Snatcher with the lead. Up on the outside second now is Desert Haze. Along the rail third is Flexi Lady. Leading Star is fourth. Moving up fifth is Sunshine and Kisses. The last horse is All About Alley.
107-3.
First half trotted in 107 and 3/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over to that 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is Money Snatcher. Along the rail second is Flexi Lady. On the outside third is Desert Haze. Moving up fourth is Leading Star. Fifth is Sunshine and Kisses. The last horse is All About Alley. Going past that 3/4 mile mark, that's still Money Snatcher with the lead. Desert Haze is trotting second with Flexi Lady third.
139.
3/4 in 139 as they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's Money Snatcher by 2.5 lengths over Desert Haze. Flexi Lady trots third, followed by Leading Star fourth, Sunshine and Kisses fifth, and All About Alley sixth. As they race for home, that's Money Snatcher and Desert Haze. Money Snatcher and Desert Haze. Money Snatcher at the rail. Desert Haze closing fast on the outside. Money Snatcher and Desert Haze. Money Snatcher and Desert Haze. Photo for win. Photo for win between Money Snatcher and Desert Haze. Up for show is Flexi Lady. And 1/5.
Boy.
Well, I'm pretty sure what I could see, a Money Snatcher hung on, but if Greg Bateson could have drove this two-horse Desert Haze, seemed to be on one line. He wanted to bear
definitely
in.
kind of all over the track.
All over the track. I believe Desert Haze would have won that race.
Yeah,
but
she was coming. She wanted to.
She just wanted to bear in. So I'm pretty sure it was a 3 money snatcher. Desert Haze second, and Flexi Lady was third, and 209 and a fifth.
Yeah, I was pretty sure Clifton Bell had her put away there, and then all of a sudden, not so much.
I was thinking when the race was going on, the 2-year-old fillies, they're coming into form now. Boy, those first 2 or 3 starts, they're breaking. They're everywhere. They're scattered. We had 3 of them right at the wire, and then we had another 3, and then maybe, it was 2 sets of 3s, but the improvement you see over these, especially the 2-year-old filly trotters.
Yep.
When they come out of the box, the first start there at Paulding, it's such a big improvement.
Yep. You don't know what you're going to see out there.
But they did call for a photo. Yep, Money Snatcher will be over the 2 Desert Haze, probably by a head.
Clifton Bell is the one that got nosed out by Hydraulic Hazel last night. He wanted to go see the picture even, so tonight he got his revenge.
Now, Clifton Bell at Croton Saturday was in a running race. They had a running race after the final race at Croton.
Really?
Yes.
Number 3, Money Snatcher, owned by Chris Beaver, Steve Handler, and Tim Holman, trained by Chris Beaver, and driven to victory this evening by Clifton Bell.
How'd he do in there?
Well, he failed to start. But after it was over then, he did flips down the track. It was
The blanket
amazing.
for this race is courtesy of Batten Stevens Body Shop of Jewel, and Jeff Batt is in the winner's circle for the trophy presentation.
I don't think they're going to take Money Snatcher into the winner's circle. No. Well,
A little shy of the camera.
Yeah. I don't think they want to. I just got to meet Clifton Bell tonight when I was back there talking to the Beaver crew. I never, introduced myself to him before. He's a real nice guy.
Yeah, he did some cart, just flips and that after. But the 3 or 4 guys wanted to have a running race, and Clifton was going to be in it. But then he didn't leave the gate. But he did these flips down the way, and Mike Weckenberg put up 50. The Mutuals put up 50, and Rod Arter of the fair there at Croton put up 50. So the winner got 100, and second place got 50, and I couldn't tell you who was the winner.
He was third. Number 5, Leading Star was fourth. Number 6, Sunshine and Kisses was fifth. Time of the first quarter was 34 2/5. The half was in 107 3/5. The 3 quarters in 139, with a mile in 209 1/5. From the top it should read 6:21 3:45, a mile in 209 1/5.
I haven't tried to run anywhere in probably 5 years at least, but for $150, I might have piqued my interest a little.
I don't. I think you would have been on the morning line 99 to 1. I don't think.
I'll believe that. Probably would.
You wouldn't have been barred from the betting.
Probably would have been pulled up, did not finish. If I had to guess.
Yes. You'd be on the stewards list the next week. So the 10th race is next. Our undercard feature, the Signature Series 3075, sponsored by Henry County Horseman Memorial Pace. Avalanche Hanover, Catch Me Conrad, Illusionist Hanover, Turig Seelster, PB's On Fire. I believe Turig Seelster has a line to be announced. I can't pull that up on my phone. I can't get the internet here, but I believe he did win at Salina. I'm pretty sure he did. Monday night. So Turig Seelster gets around. He's a hard worker.
I'd believe that he did. I mean,
Yep.
He's just so tough every week. Well, every start. I always say every week, and then I correct myself because, I mean, he'll race a lot over the course of the summer.
Well, we'll take a break here and come back for that 10th race, Signature Series pace here at the Henry County Fair.
Cool Winds Farm in Lima, Ohio is a full-service standardbred breeding facility that specializes in stallion management. Cool Winds Farm stands the popular Dancin' Yankee, whose first crop of 2-year-olds are now racing. Cool Winds also welcomed Western Fame to their stallion barn, who won nearly $2 million competing against the best pacers of his generation. Be sure to inspect the Cool Winds yearlings at the Ohio Selected Jug Sale at Pickaway on Friday, September 15th.
Do you want your horse to shine in the winner's circle? Feed DAC oil. It makes a world of difference.
Well, we're back here, Napoleon, Ohio. Henry County Fair. Tonight wraps it up. They have a 2-night session of harness racing. Tomorrow, the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association will take the show to Rock Springs, Meigs County. Post time at 1, 4 races tomorrow. That's the Southern Valley Circuit, Friday the 18th. 8 races at 1. Roger Houston will be calling the races this year at Rock Springs. This will be Roger Houston's 158th venue where he's called races. He's closing in on 190,000 race calls. Roger just got back from Ireland. He was over there about a good week, maybe 10 days. I believe it's his 9th year over there calling the Vincent Delaney Memorial. He said it's second only to the Little Brown Jug for him. Then Friday the 18th, 6:30 at Greenville, 12 races. Sunday night at Greenville, 6:30. It's a big night. Plan to attend that night of racing for sure. A lot of big giveaways. They tell me a lot of televisions. Wednesday the 23rd. Now, Wednesday the 23rd, the post time shows 7:45. Now, that's going to be adjusted up. They have a Veterans Day parade. It very well could go off at 7:15 to 7:20 in that time frame. Thursday the 24th, big night of racing at Greenville, 6:30. Featuring the partial futurity for 2-year-old pacers, 2-year-old trotters, 3-year-old pacers, 3-year-old trotters, the Regal Memorial. The purse was announced for $35,000. Don Tiger intends to send Charlie May to the Regal Memorial. That are the intentions now. That could change. You never know. Won't know till probably next Monday. I assume they will draw for the Regal Memorial. When the box is open, see if Charlie May is in there. It could be a big race. Charlie May, Section 9 Big Rye. There's a lot of other good ones that could come. That's Thursday at Greenville. Wellington goes Sunday at 3, this Sunday the 20th. Monday at 11 a.m. That's at Wellington, the Lorne County Fair. Allen County Fair in Lima, Monday the 21st, Tuesday the 22nd, 6:30 post time. That's at the Allen County Fair in Lima, Ohio. Colt racing action. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, 22nd, 23rd, 24th at Hicksville, the Defiance County Fair. Tuesday the 22nd and Wednesday the 23rd at the Monroe County Fair in Woods Field. That will round out next week's racing schedule. Here's the post parade for the 10th race, Signature Series pace. Number 1 is Avalanche Hanover. Kim Pluta drives, $370,000 lifetime, 51-4 Dayton. 2, Catch Me Conrad, Justin Irvine for Greg Cook, $274,000 lifetime, a winner at the Meadowlands of 150 4/5 this year. 3, Illusionist Hanover, Leslie Joyce drives, winner 6 times this year, $40,000 lifetime, 153 3 at Northfield over a sloppy track. 4, Turig Seelster, Pierce Henry, the 10-year-old by Shadow Play, has 42 career wins, 335 lifetime, a winner at Harris, Philadelphia, 150 4. Line to be announced on your program if you have a program and watching along. He raced at Salina on Monday, and I'm pretty sure he was a winner of the Signature Series there at Salina. 5, PB's on Fire, Jennifer Main, $104,000 lifetime. Northfield Downs as a 7-year-old took a mark of 155 1. That's the field for the 10th, the Signature Series pace.
Did Bill happen to say the line to be announced yet? I didn't hear it.
I didn't hear it, no. If I could pull it up on my phone, go to you, but I'm about 100% sure he was a winner.
I can't.
There was 2 divisions, and I'm pretty sure he won.
I can't even send a text out of here.
Alex Hawk, I think David Ward drove him.
Okay, yeah, I think you might be right. Yep.
It might have been the last race that Monday night.
Okay, here he goes.
Lengths behind, second on the outside at the half, ahead behind, first on the outside at the 3/4, a nose ahead, first at the top of the stretch, a quarter of a length ahead, finished second, 1 length behind. His actual time was 159 4/5, last quarter in 31 4/5, dollar odds $1.40, and was the favorite. Driver Leslie Joyce, trainer Kevin Goodell. Turig Seelster raced on August 14th at Salina at post position 3, was second at the quarter, 8 lengths behind, second at the half, 6 lengths behind, second at the 3/4, a length behind, second at the top of the stretch, 3/4 of a length behind, finished first, 2 lengths ahead. His actual time, 156 1/5, his last quarter in 29 3/5, dollar odds $1.20, and he was also the favorite. Driver was David Ward, trainer Phil Groves. Those are your horses.
There we go. I thought I was right on that. When Bill started to read that line, it was about another horse, and I didn't hear what horse it was, but I'd have swore Turig Seelster won. I thought, well, maybe I'm losing it. So they're headed to the gate. It should be a good one. Buckle up. Avalanche Hanover, Catch Me Conrad, Illusionist Hanover, Turig Seelster. PB's on fire. They're at the gate. Let's go to Bill Peters for the call of the Signature Series pace.
Turig Seelster fourth, and on the outside, PB's on fire. They're at the post. Starting gate is rolling now. Here they come. They're off and pacing the first horse away at the rail is Avalanche Hanover. On the outside, second is Catch Me Conrad. Moving up third is Turig Seelster. At the rail fourth is Illusionist Hanover, and the last horse is PB's on fire. As they make the turn now to head down the backside to race over to that quarter-mile mark, Kim Pluta has Avalanche Hanover on top by a half a length. On the outside, second is Catch Me Conrad, driven by Jason Merriman, and 3 wide is Turig Seelster, driven by Pierce Henry. Racing fourth is Illusionist Hanover, driven by Leslie Joyce. The last horse is PB's on fire, driven by Jennifer Main. Past that quarter-mile mark, with the lead now is Catch Me Conrad. First quarter paced in 28 3/5 seconds. That's Catch Me Conrad with the lead. Avalanche Hanover racing in their second. Turig Seelster is third. Closing in fourth is Illusionist Hanover, and the last horse is PB's on fire. Racing down toward the half-mile mark. That's Jason Merriman and Catch Me Conrad bringing the horses down to the half. Sitting in their second is Avalanche Hanover. Third is Turig Seelster. Illusionist Hanover is fourth, followed by PB's on fire fifth. Now Pierce Henry tips Turig Seelster to the outside as they pass the half, but it's still Catch Me Conrad with the lead, and Avalanche Hanover along the rail second.
59 and 2.
First half pace in 59 and 2/5 seconds. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. That's Catch Me Conrad still with the lead. A length back, second on the outside is Touring Sealster. Avalanche Hanover is third. Now Leslie Joyce moves Illusionist Hanover up fourth. The last horse, PB's on fire. Front four well bunched as they go to the 3/4 mile mark. Along the rail with the lead is Catch Me Conrad. On the outside second is Touring Sealster. Avalanche Hanover along the rail third, and Illusionist Hanover on the outside fourth. 3/4 and 129 and 3/5 as they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's still Catch Me Conrad with the lead. Touring Sealster on the outside second. Avalanche Hanover along the rail third, and Lucius Hanover on the outside fourth. As they race for home, that's Catch Me Conrad and Touring Sealster. Catch Me Conrad and Touring Sealster. Catch Me Conrad on the rail. Touring Sealster on the outside. It's going to be Catch Me Conrad. Touring Sealster up for place. Up for show is Avalanche Hanover.
159 and 2.
A mile in 159 and 2/5.
Wow.
I thought Touring Sealster was going to refuse to lose.
Yep, he had him, and then I don't know if he just got a little tired there at the end. Lugged in a little bit, but
I thought he was going to get him 25 yards from the wire.
You knew those two were going to hook up. Catch Me Conrad and Touring Sealster go at it. It seems like every year out here in these Signature Series races.
28 and 3, 59 and 2, 129 and 3, 59 and 2. Back half in a minute. Catch Me Conrad. 7-year-old Big Go to the Center, tell it like it is. 12th of the season. Coming in had 56,591. 150 and 4/5 earlier this year at the Meadowlands.
Tough trip for both those horses,
Yes.
really. I mean, Catch Me Conrad was parked well past the quarter, really, before he finally cleared. And then, I mean, Touring Sealster was out there a ways and had to come right back.
He was around the first turn. Touring Sealster was out around 3 turns, probably.
Yeah,
Yep.
Coming in from Brooklyn, Michigan, comes number 2, Catch Me Conrad. Owned and trained by Greg Cook and driven to victory this evening by Jason Merriman. The blanket for this race is courtesy of Sweet Dream Ice Cream Cafe. Catch Me Conrad and Touring Sealster have had many good battles at the county fairs about the last 3 years, and this was another one of them. Another classic battle between Catch Me Conrad and Touring Sealster. Let's have a big hand here for Greg Cook, Jason Merriman, and Catch Me Conrad, and the Sweet Dream Ice Cream Cafe, the donors of the blanket. There are the official placings for race 10 from the top. Number 1, Avalanche Hanover was third. Number 2, Catch Me Conrad was the winner. Number 3, Illusionist Hanover was fourth. Number 4, Touring Sealster was second. Number 5, PB's on Fire was fifth. Time of the first quarter was 28 and 3/5. The half was in 59 and 2/5. The 3/4 in 129 and 3/5, with a mile in 159 and 2/5. From the top it should read 3-1-4-2-5 on the bottom. The mile in 159 and 2/5.
Well, that was a good one, Matt.
Yep.
It was a good one.
Yep. It's going to be a great final down there at Delaware.
Yep.
We've seen a lot of
it
nice
very
horses.
well. If Touring Sealster would have had the rail inside the other two, it could have been a different race. I mean, it's you just don't know.
Yep. It's going to be.
They're so evenly matched, and at Delaware, the post draw will be very important. If you draw post 8, you are in deep. You know what? Yeah, it's tough. So the 11th race is next. The 3-year-old filly pace for $4,114. 4 races to go on this 14-race card here at the Henry County Fair tonight. We'll be back right after these messages.
The The Standardbred is athletic, strong, and sturdy. Their minds intelligent, their hearts like no other. They pour their all into every jog and race. They are warriors, they are champions, they are heroes. When their time at the track ends, it's just the beginning of a new chapter. But we must help write these stories as they transition from racehorse to riding horse. We owe it to them, the horses that give their all, to provide the time and tools they need to succeed, to bridge the gap between the track and a bright future, to find their perfect partner to help them realize their full potential. Help us help Standardbreds beyond the track at newvocations.org.
Buying or selling a racehorse? OnGate.com is your one-stop website. OnGate has changed the way racehorses are bought and sold. Easy to view listings makes it easy to find your next champion. Buy or sell at OnGate.com.
We've got some talk. I'll wait for there. Doug, the Pinto that you were speaking of, there's a Kara Smith-Scholl says she has a win picture of that Pinto with Irv samples.
With Irv samples?
Yeah.
Well, okay.
And then let me see if I can find the original comment, because I can only see the.
I remember watching Flaming Jet race.
And then I was thinking that Flaming Jet came from the Finney Dickinson farm in Van Wert. Is that?
No, I think they also had one.
Oh, really?
But I could be wrong on that, and maybe that is the one. That very well could be. Glenn Florence, though, of Coldwater, Ohio, owned a Flaming Jet, which was a good one. He owned a great mare called Shyaway Vancy. He was a cattle buyer.
Really?
Actually, Paul Combs' dad, Lauren, trained, I believe, Shyaway Vancy. I don't know if he did Flaming Jet. I'll have to ask Paul. But Lauren Combs did train for Glenn Florence of Coldwater. Lauren Combs at one time trained for, he got a start for Curly Smart. Sun is going down. We got a break now, a big break. It's cooled off.
Yeah.
You know, I was just thinking it's 8:20. 25, 30 years ago, post time would have probably been 8 o'clock. How things change.
Yep. I don't know it seems like we're running off relatively quick, but
we're going pretty decent.
Photo finish does not have lights here, so I think we've got to about try and get them in while there's still enough light for that.
Talking about time, I used to announce races in the 70s at Anderson, Indiana, 4 nights in a row over the 4th of July. And I had a daytime job where I had to be work at 7. And we wouldn't start till 8:30 because there was an hour different back in Indiana and Ohio. And they would always have a dozen races. And I'd ride to Portland, Indiana, and ride with a guy by the name of Ted Montgomery. He was a judge at a lot of those Indiana fairs. And we'd always have to stop. I remember up at 69, I-69, and I don't know if it's 26, comes in from Bryan, Indiana, over that way. The truck stop up there and have biscuits and gravy. I'd be eating biscuits and gravy at midnight, wanting to be in bed, get home at 1:30, and have to get up at 6 to go to work. But I was young back then. Young and dumb, I guess. How did I ever do it?
I don't know. Sometimes I still try, and I regret it every time I do it. Just longer recovery time.
I know last night I thought, whew, there's a lot of steps. We're in the judges' stand is in the top of the grandstand at Miami County Fair in Troy, and I think they must have added about a dozen steps when they redid that grandstand this year. It seemed like it last night when I was walking up there.
What time did you guys end up getting out of there last night?
Well, we had that 40-minute delay with that little mix-up after the post-parade. We was actually going pretty decent. I think we started at 6:30, and it was 10, I believe. So if you start at 6:30 and you're on schedule, it's tough to run 4 an hour. That's your goal, but it's tough with warm-ups. If you get 3.5 an hour, 7 in the first 2. So we should have had 7 by 8:30. Yeah, we should have been done 9:15 for sure, and it was 10 because it's about what it was. It was about a 40-minute delay.
Now, someone told me they had like mule races or donkey races.
They did on opening night. I guess somebody got hurt right after the chute fell off. Now I'm going to be dunking. Oh boy, announcing mule races at Lancaster. I got to go on a Tuesday night. They race harness Wednesday afternoon and Thursday afternoon, but I have to go on a Tuesday night to announce mule races at 4 o'clock.
Really?
Yeah.
How many would they have?
I have no idea how many they'll have. Not a clue.
And are they going to be wearing colors and saddle pads?
Now you're asking me a lot of questions.
For race 11, this is the second division of the 3-year-old filly pace. Going for a purse of $4,114 and a blanket courtesy of J&L Construction, LLC. Number 1 is Molly Bloom. Owned and trained by Ron Steck of Marengo, Ohio. The driver is Drew Neal. Number 2 is Your Life and Mine. Owned by 450 Racing of Etna Green, Indiana. Trained and driven by Pierce Henry. Number 3 is Rock On Dragon. Owned by Martin Yoder of Mount Eaton, Ohio. Trained by Herman Hagerman, the driver, Nick Clegg. Number 4 is Big Joy. Owned by Joyce Wagner of Sunbury, Ohio. Trained by Terry Henry, the driver, Charles Little. Number 5 is Lucky Nugget. Owned by Curtis Schaup of Attica, Ohio. Trained by Robbie Brooks. Not sure. Mark St. Louis Jr. driving number 5, Lucky Nugget. Number 6 is Scenic Adventure, owned by Hagerman Racing of Kidron, Ohio. Charles Reeve of Broadview Heights, Ohio. Trained by Herman Hagerman, the driver, Emmanuel Miller. At number 7 is Miss Steffi Check, owned and trained by Daniel Hayes of Streetsboro, Ohio. The driver, Jason Merriman. Horses will take 1 score and go to the gate. Mutual windows closing in 4 minutes. There's Win, Place, Show, Exacta, Quinella, and Trifecta Wager. Again, make the driver on Lucky Nugget, Mark St. Louis Jr.
There you heard the drivers change. Mark St. Louis Jr. now will drive the 5, Lucky Nugget. Post time favorite right now, the 3, Rockin' Dragon. Currently at 2-5 on the board. And then it's the 7, the Steffi Check at 5-1. The 3, Rockin' Dragon, Nick Clegg for Hagerman. 3, Obey Philippa Fear, the Dragon. Out of the Rock and Roll Hanover mare, Rockin' Amix. 2 wins, 3 seconds, 2 thirds, $13,500. The winner at Northfield Park of 57-1 earlier this year. 3 back, a winner in 205 at Lisbon. That's currently your 2-5 post-time favorite. As we mentioned, a very good crowd. Crowd sticking around as the sun just went behind the trees west of us. Look around, a lot of people going to the windows to bet. Right below us, they have the cards where they're putting $1 a piece in. Used to be a quarter, now Matt, it's up to $1 probably for the cards where you draw a card. It used to always be a quarter. They're playing for $1 here.
Whoa. High stakes.
High stakes. So we look across the way, a field of 7 making their way to the gate. They've completed their score. Molly Bloom, Your Life and Mine, Rockin' Dragon, Big Joy, Lucky Nugget, Scenic Adventure, and Miss Steffi Check. 5 on gate with 2 traders. Bruce Patterson, our starter tonight here at the Henry County Fair. The gate's rolling. It's post time. Let's go to Bill Peters for the call of the 11th race.
Horses are in behind the gate. That's Molly Bloom, Your Life and Mine, Rock On Dragon, Big Joy, and Lucky Nugget in the first tier. 2 trailers, Scenic Adventure, and Miss Steffi Check. Here they come. They're off and pacing the first horse away at the rail is Molly Bloom. On the outside second is Your Life and Mine. Along the rail third, that's Scenic Adventure, but Scenic Adventure goes off stride, and taking over third is Lucky Nugget. Moving up on the outside fourth, that is Miss Steffi Check. Along the rail fifth, that is Rock On Dragon. As they head down the backside to race over that quarter-mile mark, Drew Neal has Molly Bloom on top by a length and a half. Pacing in their second is Your Life and Mine, driven by Pierce Henry. Pacing in their third along the rail, that's Lucky Nugget, driven by Mark St. Louis Jr. Fourth, it is Miss Steffi Check, driven by Jason Merriman. Fifth is Rock On Dragon, driven by Nick Clegg.
30 and 4.
First quarter paced in 30 and 4/5 seconds as they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time. Flying up on the outside now to take over the lead, that is Lucky Nugget. Lucky Nugget on the outside, along the rail second as they race down to the half, that is Molly Bloom. Molly Bloom at the rail, Lucky Nugget on the outside. Pad there racing up the rail third, that is Your Life and Mine. Moving in their fourth is Rock On Dragon. Racing in their fifth, Miss Steffi Check.
59 and 2.
First half pace in 59 and 2/5 seconds as they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. That's Molly Bloom along the rail with the lead. Pouring on the pressure on the outside second is Lucky Nugget. At the rail third, that's Your Life and Mine. Moving in there fourth is Rock On Dragon. Fifth is Miss Steffi Check, followed by Big Joy. And the last horse going down the backside, that's Scenic Adventure. Going to the 3/4 mile mark, that's still Molly Bloom along the rail with the lead. The horses are really bunching up as they race past that 3/4 mile mark. Slipping through at the rail second is Your Life and Mine.
130 and 3.
3/4 and 130 and 3/5 as they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's Molly Bloom by about 3.5 lengths over Your Life and Mine. On the outside third, that is Miss Steffi Check along the rail. Fourth, that is Rock On Dragon. As they race for home, that's Molly Bloom and Your Life and Mine. It's going to be Molly Bloom, and here the outcome. Tight for place there between Rock On Dragon and Your Life and Mine. A mile in 2 minutes. A mile in 2 minutes.
Well, there was no doubt about that, and he tucked the whip midway down the stretch. Drew Neal did his second winning drive. This one behind Molly Bloom for Ron Steck of Marengo, Ohio. Real Bay Phillip of Western Vintage out of the Stonebridge Regal Mare. Right on Molly, third of this season. Earnings right at $18,000. A new lifetime mark.
Is it?
Yep, 2 minutes. Previous record, 2:01 and 3 at Cortland.
Wow.
30 and 4, 59-2, 130 and 3/5. 3 wins now in the last 7 starts for Molly Bloom.
One out here in 2.6 last year. This was her mark here. Right
yeah,
here at
2.6
Napoleon.
last year as a 2-year-old at Napoleon, and had just 1 win, and that was here. So she must like this track.
Yeah.
Drew Neal gets his second winner. He's back in front of the stands, and Molly Bloom and Drew Neal going to the winner's circle.
Down the track into the winner's circle, one of the winners go. Coming in from Marengo, Ohio, comes number 1, Molly Bloom. Owned and trained by Ron Steck and driven to victory this evening by Drew Neal. The blanket for this race is courtesy of J&L Construction, LLC. And representatives of the construction company are in the winner's circle for the trophy presentation. Let's do a big hand here for Ron Steck, Drew Neal, and Molly Bloom, and the J&L Construction, the donors of the blanket.
We await the rundown. Molly Bloom, the winner, Rockin' Dragon 2. Your Life and Mine finished third.
That was a pretty tight photo, I guess, there for a second.
It
Right? I
was,
thought
yeah.
Three got it, I thought.
Yeah,
but
3, I think was 3 the inside. I
yeah,
think.
yeah. I think, yeah, Nick Clegg.
Yeah,
Dragon.
you're right. If a photo doesn't have pictures, with 14 races, thought maybe they'd start half hour, 45 minutes earlier. If they don't have. Yeah, it's going to be getting tough because we got definitely 45 more minutes of racing, and that's going to be 9:10 to 9:15, and times are changing. The days are getting shorter.
Yep. Hate to see it, but, some of the cornfields, the corn's starting to turn brown towards the bottom and all. It's not ready for
Talk
all
about
that.
cornfields. When you go to the Croton Fair, and it's a neat fair, it is out in no man's land in cornfields, but it is a good looking. You just couldn't paint it any better. I mean, it's just a picture perfect fair.
I'd love to see more of them. I mean, we kind of have a schedule and we go geographically.
Yeah,
but
that
Jay
is a
Wolf
fair
kinda
that
said
you
the
should
same
get
thing.
to. All white buildings all the way around the track, a white fence all the way around the track like this track, blacktop all the way around, gorgeous horse arena. They have bleachers in the infield. The bleachers were pretty much full. They have a tugga truck. Friday night, we raced at noon. They have a tough truck, they call it. They said 50,000 people there to watch that tough truck.
Whoa.
Now, the people were on these infield bleachers. It's a tough place to call a race. It's in a historic judges stand.
Bloom was a winner. Number 2, Your Life and Mine was third. Number 3, Rock On Dragon was second. Number 4, Big Joy was sixth. Number 5, Lucky Nugget was fifth. Number 6, Scenic Adventure was seventh. And number 7, Miss Steffi Check was fourth. Time of the first quarter was 30 4/5. The half was in 59 2/5. The 3/4 in 1:30 3/5 with a mile in 2 minutes. From the top it should read 1, 3, 2, 6, 5, 7, 4 on the bottom. A mile in 2 minutes.
So what I do there at Croton is they have these big bleachers because they have this tough truck, and the judges stand is just gorgeous. It's on the historic thing, but they're going to have to tear it down because they're big into the tough truck, and they're going to build something behind these bleachers in the infield there. So when they would leave the gate, instead of really having my mind trying to call the race, I couldn't see on the backside where a lot of these bleachers were past the quarter pole around the far turn. So I'd have a pin like 5, 2, 3, 4, 1 or whatever, the order they were in, so I could call the race when they was behind there, when they went back there, So, but it is a nice place, but a tough place to call race. And
where's it by?
Croton. I was calling it the Hartford Fair, and Rod Otter looked at me and he said, "Tell me where." I was calling it the Hartford County Fair. He said, "There's no Hartford County in Ohio."
Oh, that's right. It's
independent.
right?
It's just the Hartford Fair, and it's called the littlest, biggest fair on earth. They advertise it as, and it is something. Yeah, you go through Delaware on 36, go to Sun. I'm going to call it Sun City. That's in Florida.
Where they have the horse sale?
Where they have the horse
sale.
And
I can't think of it either.
Oh, my God. Isn't that terrible? Oh, doesn't that make you? But anyhow, you go into there, that Sun whatever.
Yeah.
And people wonder, probably, how can you remember horses' names when you can't remember that something simple? Then you take a left and go down about 6, 8 mile. And then you go down Lover's Lane and Fairground Road and some back roads around cornfields, and there you are. So we're on to the 12th. 3-year-old colt pace, $4,114. Scratch the 2, White Tamare.
Sunbury.
Sunbury, isn't that terrible?
It was driving me nuts.
I was thinking of Sunray, Sun City. Oh, my. We'll be back to take a look at that 12th right after this.
When the Henry County Agricultural Society was formed in 1852, much of the land was still heavily timbered and uncultivated. The county is located in the northwestern part of the state in what used to be the Great Black Swamp. After the swamp was drained, it became some of the most fertile land in the United States. The first Henry County Fair was held in October of 1853 as a celebration of harvest. The two-day event was hosted in an open field just outside of Napoleon, Ohio. The fair grew steadily, and by 1884, the grounds were complete with barns, a judge's stand, and a racetrack. The best crop and livestock around continue to be exhibited here. Farming remains the largest employer in Henry County, with 91% of the county as farm fields. The area is also Ohio's third largest producers of wheat. Today, the Henry County Fair is a member of the Ohio Fair Racing Conference and hosts 2 days of live-action harness racing.
The roots of harness racing are born at the county fairs. For over 150 years, people have gathered to watch horses battle it out for fame and glory. Catch the thrills this summer at an Ohio Fair Racing Conference County Fair. The OFRC races at 21 fairs in 19 Ohio counties. Trotters and pacers put it all on the line to be called the best in the Buckeye State. The Ohio Racing Conference, where the path to greatness begins.
I meant to do it today, Matt. Look on the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association webpage. The standings probably getting pretty well laid out for your fair finals that we're interested in. They take, I think it might be at Northfield Park, so they'll probably take the top 8. Do they score 8 wide there? I think.
Yeah.
Probably take the top 8. I don't know if they go with a trailer. I think they go for $60,000 this year, the fair finals, so they take the top 8. You could be 12th in the standings, and maybe some of them come up lame, have no desire to go. But
yeah, that's what Susan says.
That's
it
what
never
a lot
hurts
of
to call and enter.
Yeah,
just
never.
See what happens.
You're exactly right.
Our start printing postword for race 12. This is the third division of the 3-year-old colt pace. Going for a purse of $4,114 and a blanket courtesy of Hirschberger Construction, Ltd. One is Marriage on the Rocks. Alma Lucinda Belcher of Elkhorn City, Kentucky, trained by Herman Hagerman, the driver Emmanuel Miller. Number 2, Why Tomorrow Ray has been drawn. Number 3 is Fear the Lou, owned and trained by Robbie Brooks of Van Loo, Ohio, the driver Pierce Henry. Number 4 is Monaco Hanover, owned by Mick Foster of Lucky, trained by Ty Bates, the driver Drew Neal. Number 5 is Best of Dragon, owned by Jerry Meisel of Westland, Michigan, trained by Steve Novak, the driver Kim Pluta. And number 6 is Knob Light, owned by Z Stables LLC of Jasper, Michigan, trained by Brian Boring, the driver Greg Bateson. There's Win, Place, Show, Exacta, Quinella, and Trifecta Wagering here in race 12.
Well, we're going to scratch the 2 wide of Ray. He would have probably definitely been the post-time favorite here. We're down to a field of 5. Is there any more comments coming through, Matt, or are you looking at something else?
I'll check here real quick. I do want to apologize to everybody that would try to get friended by whoever hacked us there. I got her blocked, and supposedly any profiles they might make going forward. Let's see here.
We apologize. We can't get a whole lot of comments. We can't get any internet service on my phone to read any.
Yeah, hardly any. And once I block, I only get like a dozen at a time, or the like 12 most recent. And after I block that one person, it just shows a bunch of grayed out stuff. Chris Patterson gave Ronnie the nickname Marengo Kid from David Myrick.
Yeah, probably so.
Okay, Morgan Hagerman just said, did Marriage on the Rocks make it to the track? Yes, and I actually caught it on the camera, Herman running her out. She's a little bit of, got a mind of her own, I would say. I guess that's the politically correct way to put it. But the 2 scratches, well, at least one of the 2 scratches, it's listed as refused, and she will just stand there, legs planted, not want to go at all, from what I've understood, from what I've heard. But she is fast. I'm sorry, he is fast. When he goes on and does it, yeah. We thought it was going to get dicey. He was at Cleveland. That was the first time I saw it. The Summit County Fair races there. He came out last in the post breed, so I think they're probably trying to coax him out. But he raced good that night. He had just been off a long time. Had to come first up. He's definitely got some talent.
He's a pet rock out of a Rodney's Bags Again mare. Never heard of him. Well, they're headed to the gate. Gate's rolling. I believe this might be the final division of the 3-year-old colt pace. Yeah, we wrap it up with a 2-year-old filly trot and a 3-year-old filly pace. They're at the gate. Let's go to Bill Peters for the call.
In Marriage on the Rocks, Fear of the Lou, Monaco, Hanover, and Best of Dragon, scoring in that order from the rail out in the first tier. One trailer, Knob Blight. Here they come. The year off and pacing the first horse away at the rail is Marriage on the Rocks. Up on the outside second is Fear of the Lou. Moving up on the outside third, that is Monaco Hanover. Along the rail fourth is Knob Light, and the last horse is Best of Dragon. As they make the turn now to head down the backside of the race over toward that quarter-mile mark, Pierce Henry has Fear of the Lou on the outside with the lead. Racing at the rail second, that is Monaco Hanover, driven by Drew Neal. Excuse me, that is at the rail second, that's Marriage on the Rocks, driven by Emmanuel Miller. And third, that is Monaco Hanover, driven by Drew Neal. Fourth is Knob Light, driven by Greg Bateson. And the last horse, moving out, that is Best of Dragon, driven by Kim Pluta.
28-1.
First quarter paced in 28 1/5 seconds. As they race down toward the half-mile mark. Out there on the front end with the lead, that is Fear of the Lou. Racing in there second is Marriage on the Rocks, followed by Monaco Hanover third. At the rail fourth is Knob Light, and the last horse coming down to the half, that's Best of Dragon. Off stride now goes Marriage on the Rocks. Past the half-mile mark, that's Fear of the Lou with the lead. Moving up second now is Monaco Hanover.
58-2.
First half paced in 58 2/5 seconds. That's Fear of the Lou with the lead, but Monaco Hanover is flying up on the outside second, followed by Knob Light third, and Best of Dragon on the outside fourth, and Marriage on the Rocks fifth. Going to the 3/4 mile mark, that's Monaco Hanover on the outside, sticking his nose out in front. Dropping back second along the rail, that is Fear of the Lou. Monaco Hanover and Fear of the Lou battling it out right past that 3/4 mile mark.
28-4.
3 quarters in 1:28 4/5. That is Monaco Hanover now by 2 lengths over Fear of the Lou. Farther back third comes Knob Light, Best of Dragon, and Marriage on the Rocks. As they race toward home, that's Monaco Hanover and Fear of the Lou. Monaco Hanover by about 3 lengths over Fear of the Lou. Past the stands, it's got to be Monaco Hanover, and here they all come. Fear of the Lou up for place, Knob Light up for show. A mile in 1:57 4/5.
I thought they were going to go pretty good in there.
57 4 was Drew. That was Drew Neal on there, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
I believe that's Drew's third of the evening. A pretty hot traction set there, 28-1, 58-2. Fear of the Lou and Pierce Henry and Drew Neal. Poles at the 5/8. Just has one turn to go around and actually was on the pylon when he was around that final turn and cleared pretty quick.
Yeah.
When he went head-to-head with Fear of the Lou, there was no doubt about Marriage on the Rocks, 28-1, 58-2, 128-4, 57-4.
58 2/5. Well, it didn't last for long as Monaco Hanover just lowered it to 157.
So they beat Duncan's record.
Wow.
Been nice to see Duncan in this bunch along with
You're
White Amara Ray.
Yeah.
They might have went in 55-4,
They
56
really might
over
have.
this track. That would have been a tough race.
Oh, yeah. That was a huge scratch when Bill announced it. I hope the White Tomorrow Ray's okay. You know, I think they said scratched injured, so hopefully it's just something small, you know, and didn't want to take a chance out here today. He's an awfully nice colt.
And now moving down the track in the winner's circle, coming in from Lucky, Ohio, comes number 4, Monaco Hanover. Owned by Mick Foster, trained by Ty Bates, and driven to victory this evening by Drew Neal, pacing to a new track record for 3-year-old colt pacers.
Well, Matt, she looks good there, walking into the winner's circle.
Yep.
The blanket for this race is courtesy of Hirschberger Construction
Very
Ltd.
calm.
Let's really hear it here for Mick Foster, Ty Bates, Drew Neal, and Monaco Hanover. And the Hirschberger Construction, the donors of the blanket.
Yeah, she's very calm, very quiet. You sure you're telling me the truth about her?
No, that was the one horse. Marriage on the Rocks, that was the one that was...
There are the official placings for race 12 from the top. Number 1, Marriage on the Rocks was 5th. Number 2, Why Tomorrow, Ray, had been drawn. Number 3, Fear the Lou was 2nd. Number 4, Monaco Hanover was the winner. Number 5, Best of Dragon was 4th. And number 6, Knob Light was 3rd. Time of the first quarter was 28 1/5. The half was in 58 2/5. The 3/4 in 128 4/5, with a mile in 157 4/5. From the top it should read 5 scratch 2 143, a mile in 157 4/5. New track record for 3-year-old colt pacers.
Well, the winner 340, 240, 220.
In the
Try
upcoming
4,
race
3, and any number. $8 even. Quinella 360. Try Zacta 980. Well, the 13th is up next. It's the final division of the 2-year-old filly trot for 4,147, field of 6. We'll be back to take a look at that 13th race right after these messages.
The thrill and excitement of Grand Circuit Racing returns to the Delaware County Fairgrounds. Make your plans to attend the 78th Little Brown Jug.
You win the Little Brown Jug!
Little Brown Jug Week starts Sunday, September 17th with the 78th Little Brown Jug Thursday the 21st. Visit littlebrownjug.com or call 1-800-DEL-FAIR for ticket information. Be there!
For over 50 years, Midland Acres has provided top-quality Ohio-bred colts and fillies. As a third-generation farm with 500 acres of pasture for breeding to boarding and on-site veterinarian care, we understand the importance of delivering well-cared-for and well-mannered yearlings. Get in the winner's circle with the yearlings by Fear the Dragon, Yankee Cruiser, Pet Rock, Long Tom, and a bit of a legend. Midland Acres, doing our best to bring you the best.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
Well, 2 to go. 13th up next. 2-year-old filly trot. Field of 6. Aseka Hall, Emmanuel Miller drives. Has a win this year, 8,000 in earnings. Chris Beaver's stable. To Miss Cash Enterprise, Cody Greeno for Ed Greeno Jr. Yet to find a winner's circle, has a second and a third. $2,800 in earnings. Mark St. Louis Jr. drives to 3, Count on Betty. for Mark Metters. First career start for this Bay filly by full count. Pierce Henry, the 4, PC's finale for Mike Sweeney. 6 starts, has a second 2100 innings. 5 is Action Town. Taylor Hanna for Jason Hanna. 5 starts yet to hit the board. No money on his card. In the 6, Major Blowman. Greg Bateson Dries has a win in 4 starts with a third to go along with it. 5,500, a winner at Attica. Last start out, 2-11-1. That's the field for the 13th. We wrap it up tonight, the 14th and final, with a 3-year-old filly Pace. Post time favorite at this time, the 1 at 2-5. Ed Greeno Jr. now instead of Cody. To drive the 2. $8.56. This one should go off about 9:02 or so. And then the next one, it probably going to be 9:15, 9:18. And it's going to be dark.
Yeah, it sure will. The track lighting looks pretty good, though. A couple little dark spots, but we'll get through.
You know, you look around the track on the far side, it looks like cattle barns now, but a lot of them up that way over the fence on the backside, 3/4 on into the first turn, they're at the fence.
Yeah.
So they like their horse racing here at Napoleon.
In a blanket courtesy of Jack Collins Insurance Agency. Number 1 is Osaka Hall, owned by Alan Lovett of Lexington, Kentucky, and Chris Beaver of Redner, Ohio, trained by Chris Beaver, the driver of Manuel Miller. Number 2 is Miss Case Enterprise, owned by the Broken Brokers Ltd. of Findlay, trained and driven by Ed Greeno Jr. Number 3 is Count on Betty, owned by Sherry and Dana Idens of Black Neck, Ohio, Tina Sudermeister of Pataska, Ohio, trained by Mike Metters, the driver of Mark St. Louis Jr. Number 4 is PC's Finale, owned by Lemon Racing LLC of Rockwood, Michigan, trained by Mike Sweeney and the driver Pierce Henry. Number 5 is Action to Win, owned by Jason Hanna of Marshall, Michigan, and Kim Haver of Bellevue, Michigan, trained by Jason Hanna and the driver Taylor Hanna. Number 6 is My Blumon, owned and trained by Greg Diamond of Bell, Florida, the driver Greg Bateson. Horses will take 1 score and go to the gate. Mutual windows closing in 4 minutes. There's Win, Place, Show, Exacta, Quinella, and Trifecta Wagering here in race 13.
Matt, this one, Osaka Hall from the Chris Beaver barn, a $60,000 Lexington Select purchase, was bred by Alan Levitt of Kentucky. I'm sure Chris Beaver didn't dream this one would be racing at the county fairs.
No.
But next year, you never know where he might be. I mean, he's learning to race. Maybe he's coming around. He doesn't show a whole lot of breaks. Maybe he hadn't found himself yet. Trotted in 2 minutes and 2/5 last time out at Northfield Park. Osaka Hall, a $60,000 purchase, making his 8th career start. That's like this in 60,000. And Duncan 7,000. You just never know what you're going to get. But like I say, this Osaka Hall next year could be a very, very well trotter that you could hear a lot about.
Chris is an awfully patient guy too.
He just he probably knows that he didn't pan out to what he wanted. Going to give him a little experience at these fairs, and but the good thing is he doesn't show breaks.
Yeah. There are large groups of people everywhere around.
There it is. They have a very, very nice crowd here. And the crowd's still here?
Yep. So yeah, we have to figure something out for Finley, Doug. The open grandstand down there. We're gonna need a 10 or.
Well,
something
I'm
this
going
year.
to bring definitely an umbrella.
Man, yeah, that was hot.
I think we'll be at Van Wert probably one day.
Yeah, I think the day before.
The day before, and then the Tuesday I'm there with you, and then Thursday, I think last year Frank came down and shot it, and I was there, and then I had to get in the car and go to Finley that night, and I don't believe you went to Van Wert that afternoon, and you just went on to Finley.
Yeah, I think.
Well, we look across the way. Final, the 2-year-old filly Trot making their way to the gate. Field of 6. Let's go to Bill Peters for the call.
My Blumon. They're at the post. Starting gate is rolling now. Here they come. They're off and trotting. The first horse away is Osaka Hall. Moving up second, that's Count on Betty. Moving up the rail third, that's My Blumon. On the outside fourth, that's PC's Finale. Moving up fifth is Miss Cage Enterprise. The last horse off stride is Action to Win. As they make the turn now to head down the backside to race over to that quarter-mile mark, Emmanuel Miller has Osaka Hall on top by about 3 lengths. Trotting in there second is My Blumon, driven by Greg Bateson. Trotting third down the backside, that is PC's Finale, driven by Pierce Henry. Going past that quarter-mile mark, that's still Osaka Hall with the lead, followed by by My Blumon and PC's Finale. That moves up fourth, that's Count on Betty.
33 and 3.
First quarter trotted in 33 and 3/5 seconds. Racing around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time, that's Osaka Hall with the lead. My Blumon racing in there second, followed by PC's Finale third. Racing fourth is Count on Betty. Racing fifth, Miss Cage Enterprise, and the last horse is Action to Win. No change as they come to the half-mile mark. That's still Osaka Hall with the lead. Closing in a wee bit second now is My Blumon. Third is PC's Finale. Then comes Count on Betty, Miss Cage Enterprise, and farther back, sixth is Action to Win.
106 and 1.
First half trotted in 106 and 1/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over to that 3/4 mile mark. Now My Blumon digs in and trots up on the outside to pour on the pressure at Osaka Hall. That's Osaka Hall along the rail. My Blumon on the outside second. Moving up third is PC's Finale. Racing in their fourth is Count on Betty. In their fifth is Miss Cage Enterprise. Past the 3/4 mile mark. That is still, along with the lead is Osaka Hall with My Blumon on the outside second.
137 and 4.
3/4 was in 137 and 4/5. Racing around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's Osaka Hall at the rail. My Blumon on the outside. Osaka Hall and My Blumon as they race for home. Osaka Hall at the rail. My Blumon on the outside. It's going to be Osaka Hall. And here they all come. My Blumon up for place. Tight for show between PC's Finale and Count on Betty.
208 and 1.
A mile in 2:08 and 1/5.
Well, Osaka Hall gets her second of the season. I'm sure Chris Beaver was happy with that, and a good-looking trotter had a nice way of going. Answered a call when My Blumon came at her. The mile in 8 and 1. Final half 102. So Osaka Hall gets her second of the season.
Yeah, maybe, braving her back up, brought her back down to the fairs here, and, get her mind right, and maybe head and shoot back up to the Stallion Series before it's all over. But she's pretty dominant on this level at the fairs, it looks like. She's a nice-looking filly. Just like you were saying, maybe not ready to go with some of the other $60,000 2-year-olds yet.
So many times, like a horse like Duncan, a $7,000 purchase, he was sold at Harrisburg. He could have very well, I'm just going out on a limb here, been one of the last horses to sell on the last day. The owner, these other buyers have bought all they're going to buy. They're ready to leave. There might not be anybody there. You get a steal.
Yep.
That's the way that happens. Here she is. She's a good-looking mare, Osaka Hall. 2-year-old bay filly by Uncle Peter. Headed circle.
And now moving down the track into the winner's circle where the winners go, coming in from Lexington, Kentucky and Redner, Ohio, comes number 1, Osaka Hall, owned by Alan Levitt and Chris Beaver, trained by Chris Beaver, and driven to victory this evening by Emmanuel Miller. The blanket for this race is courtesy of Jack Collins Insurance Agency. Let's have a big hand here for Emmanuel Miller and Osaka Hall and the Jack Collins Insurance Agency, the donors of the blanket. Also, let's have a big hand for Casey Wilkerson. She's done a fine job of putting the blankets on the horses both evenings here of racing. Give Casey a big hand. Here are the official placings for race 13 from the top. Number 1, Osaka Hall was the winner. Number 2, Miss Cage Enterprise was 5th. Number 3, Count on Betty was 4th. Number 4, PC's Finale was 3rd. Number 5, Action to Win was 6th. At number 6, My Blumon was 2nd. Time of the first quarter was 33 3/5. The half was in 106 1/5. The 3 quarters in 137 4/5, with a mile in 208 1/5. From the top it should read 154 362, a mile in 208 1/5.
Well, we're going to close it out with our 14th and final 3-year-old filly pace, a field of 7. We'll be back to take a look at all 7 right after these messages.
Athletes, they come in all shapes and sizes. They catch, they leap, they run. Some athletes even come with 4 legs and paws and hooves. When these beloved family members need care, remember the Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center. Ohio State experts wrote the book on exceptional animal care and know how to get our best friends back on their feet. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center.
When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out: Big D's. Since 1974, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at bigdweb.com. Most orders shipped that day, or call 1-800-321-2142. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply.
Well, we're back at the Henry County Fair. This is going to wrap it up. 14th and finals, the 3-year-old filly pace. Matt, you get tomorrow off. You go to Greenville Friday.
Yep.
Are you headed to the Allen County Fair in Lima then, or you go to Hicksville?
I think I'm going to Lima and then I'm doing every day at Greenville, so I'm not.
So
sure
you're going to be Greenville Friday and Sunday, Lima Monday, Tuesday, Greenville Wednesday, Thursday.
Yeah. Yep.
So we're going to be together for 6 days of racing.
Yeah.
I'll be calling the races. I'm sure I'll join. I hear Roger Houston is going to Lima with the Ohio Harness Horsemen Association broadcast. I'm just assuming he might be the only one doing the color commentating there. And Roger's going to want to call a couple of races, I'm sure, at Lima, which will be his 159th venue he's called races at. So when he calls a couple, I'll probably come over and join you on the broadcast, I'm sure, Monday and Tuesday. I'm looking forward to going to Wauseon. We were there last year, and that was some fair.
Yeah.
I'd never been there. I'd always heard stories about it. I really enjoyed that fair.
Absolutely one of my favorites.
Great donuts.
Yeah. Lots of good food there.
Yeah.
That's one of the towns, too, that, that still lets the kids out of school for the whole fair week.
And what I noticed, so many little kids with their parents in the grandstand watching the races.
Yep.
And it's a big, nice grandstand, and they had a nice crowd, very nice crowd.
Yeah, yep. Usually the Saturday before Labor Day and then the Tuesday following. Saturday at an afternoon card, and then the Tuesday is always an evening card. And both days just get a huge turnout. Yep, that's always one I look forward to also.
Back to the Michigan line when you're there. Is it Wauseon? There's so many mile to Michigan, like 8 or 10 mile, and not too far from Indiana then?
Yeah, I think, it is kind of tucked up in that corner up there. I can't remember now where Montpelier is. Were you at Montpelier?
Yeah, I went to Montpelier. That was my first time there last year. I'll be going there again this year.
I think they've got one day of racing again this year.
Yeah.
So.
They have good donuts.
Yeah, yep. Yeah, it's tough being up in the grandstand and smelling that all day long where they're cooking and selling donuts directly below you.
Directly below you, yeah. Every fair, I know at Croton, they were talking about the Trojan burger.
Yeah.
I don't know if it got 5 stars from Frank Frost last year or 4.5. I don't know if he ever gave a 5 out.
I think it was. I think that was his 5. As far as if I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure. I tried one of Rusty's hot dogs there under the grandstand at Salina, or Mercer County Harness Horsemen's Association.
Was there something special about it? Rusty tell you or what? Rusty wouldn't lie to you.
No, it basically it supports the Harness Horsemen's group there, so I wanted to try one. He's always, he says he works in that stand. So, he worked it for the concert the night before.
Yeah, they do very well.
Yeah,
they do very well. They put a lot of money into the track there in Salina. They're probably Greenville and Salina probably the longest standing matinees. Salina's matinee is about 52 years. Greenville's about the same. Salina is very strong.
Yeah, I had made it about 5 minutes from the Dark County Fairgrounds when
when
got rained out
this
year.
Yeah,
which is too bad. The track can hold the rain. It was just the constant pouring and babies and stuff. I guess probably want that to be the first thing they see or experience.
Well, last Wednesday, a week ago tonight, we got 5 in at Urbana, had 12. And it cut loose. They had 3 inches of rain there.
I lost 3 pieces of equipment there.
Oh, that's right. You were there. That's right.
Miserable.
Also, printing postword for race 14. This is your getaway race for the 2023 Henry County Fair. This is the 3rd division of the 3-year-old filly pace, going for a purse of $4,114 and a blanket courtesy of Meister & Associates. Number 1 is Hill of a Night. Owned by Hagerman Racing of Kidron, Ohio. Charles Reeve of Broadview Heights, Ohio. Trained by Herman Hagerman, the driver Emmanuel Miller. Number 2 is Lady with No Fear. Owned by Sandra Hennessy of Grand Blanc, Michigan. And Paula Sugars of Whitmore Lake, Michigan. Trained by Sandra Hennessy, the driver Ed Hennessy. Number 3 is Oh Honey. Owned by Bill Walters and Joe McLean of Delaware, Ohio. Other owners are Ron Steck of Marengo, Ohio. Trained by Ron Steck. The driver is Drew Neal. Number 4 is McVera, owned by Ryan Moorfield of Brighton, Michigan, trained by Brian Boring, the driver, Pierce Henry. Number 5 is Jubilant, owned by Catherine Smith of Glen Allen, Virginia, trained by Pat Karcher, the driver, Jason Merriman. Number 6 is What Now, Jenny, owned by Ted Boschma, South Lyon, Michigan, trained by Ken Haas, the driver, Mark St. Louis Jr. At number 7 is Diamond's Delight, owned, trained, and driven by Bob Johnson of Imlay City, Michigan. There's Win, Place, Show, Exacta, Quinella, and Trifecta Wagering here in race 14. Hurry and don't be shut out.
Wouldn't surprise me, Matt. They go to the gate here real quick.
Yeah.
Because it is dark. They're going to... We got one, I believe, here in the turn. He probably got away from her. They'd about be going directly to the gate. Though we have 2 here in front of the grandstand. It is now 9:14. We said about 9:16. It's probably going to be about 9:18 before this one goes off. We mentioned tomorrow, it's Rock Springs, Biggs County, Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association, 1 o'clock, only 4 races. Back at it there Thursday at 1 with 8 races. Or Friday, tomorrow's Thursday, excuse me, back Friday. And then Friday evening at the Dark County Fair in Greenville with 12 races. I don't believe there's any racing on Saturday anywhere in the state of Ohio at county fairs. Naturally, Scioto Downs and Northfield Park will be racing. Greenville, probably the only fair racing on Sunday. That'll be a 6:30 post. A lot of TV giveaways if you want to attend the Dark County Fair, a chance to win a television. As we look across the backside, they are lining up and going to the gate. And Matt, from here, I could not tell you who's who, except
it's tough.
I see a red driving set of colors. That's Ed Hennessy. I cannot read you a number from here.
Yeah, I mean, there's some shadows out there right now for sure.
But it's a little too late. It's a little too late.
Gates rolling, it's post time. Let's go to Bill Peters for the call of the getaway race here at the Henry County Fair.
Well, looks like we're going to maybe take a turn here.
Maybe take a turn. I'll be darned. I don't know if somebody refused or mutuals had long lines. I don't know.
Huh. Got somebody down on this way. 6.
I don't know if somebody refused the gate. I thought the gate was moving.
I think it started to. I mean, they were lined up and ready to go, and then they all just kind of went past them. Mike must have made or Bruce must have made some kind of announcement there.
Well, must not be a recall or anything charging anybody, or usually announce it. Maybe the gate wasn't rolling. We see that big water truck is kind of blinding us in the spot.
Yeah.
Now the gate is definitely rolling for the 14th and final. 3-year-old filly pace. Field is 7. Let's go to Bill Peters.
Going now. Here they come. They're off and pacing. The first horse away is Lady with No Fear. At the rail second is Hell of a Night. Moving up on the outside third, that's McVera. Along the rail fourth, that is What Now, Jenny? Between horses fifth, that is Oh Honey. Racing in their sixth is Diamond's Delight. And the last horse is Jubilant. Heading down the backside over toward that quarter-mile mark, Ed Hennessy has Lady with No Fear on top by about 4 lengths. Moving along at the rail second, that is Hell of a Night, driven by Emmanuel Miller. Racing in their third, that's What Now, Jenny, driven by Mark St. Louis Jr. Fourth is Diamond's Delight, driven by Bob Johnson.
29 and 4.
First quarter paced in 29 and 4/5 seconds. Racing around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time, that's Lady with No Fear by about 3 lengths over Hell of a Night. Racing third, that is What Now, Jenny, followed by Diamond's Delight fourth. And up on the outside fifth now comes Oh Honey. Coming to the half-mile mark, that's Lady with No Fear with the lead. Racing at the rail second, Hell of a Night. Third, that is What Now, Jenny on the outside fourth. Oh Honey, Diamond's Delight at the rail fifth. On the outside sixth, that's McVeer. On the last horse is Jubilant.
59 and 2.
First half pace in 59 and 2/5 seconds. Horses are well bunched as they head down the backside over to the 3/4 mile mark. That's Lady with No Fear by about 2.5 lengths. Hell of a Night still in their second, followed by What Now, Jenny third. Racing at the rail fourth, that is Oh Honey. Going to the 3/4 mile mark, that's still Lady with No Fear with the lead. Racing second, Hell of a Night. Racing in their third, that is What Now, Jenny, and up on the outside fourth comes Oh Honey. Along the rail fifth, that is McVera.
129-2.
3/4 in 129 and 2/5 as they head toward home. That is Lady with No Fear. Trying to come on, catch up along the rail is What Now, Jenny? That's Lady with No Fear, and What Now, Jenny, as they race through the lane. Lady with No Fear. Now on the outside comes Oh Honey. It's Lady with No Fear and Oh Honey, and along the Hill of a Night, that's going to be Lady with No Fear. Up for place is Hill of a Night. Looks like up for show was Oh Honey.
2 minutes.
A mile in 2 minutes.
Well-rated mile there by Ed Hennessy and Lady with No Fear. Gate to wire, 29 and 4. Opened up before quick links on the field. First time down the backside. Halfway home, 59-2. 3/4, 29 and 2. Winner in 2 minutes. Hill of a Night coming at the winner, Lady with No Fear, but could not reach. Very nice mile for Lady with No Fear.
Razor sharp right now.
She is, yes.
Those
Couple
last
wins
2
in a row.
Yep, that's
3 in a row.
The
2
one
minutes,
at
2/5, 59-3.
The one at Bowling Green, I am almost positive was 3-year-old Pace and Philly track record there. So I mean, she is.
Yep, she looked very tough. We await the winner to come back. Lady with No Fear unofficially the winner. Second to 1, Hill of a Night. Third to 3, Oh Honey. Fourth to 4, McVera. Crowd starting to file out. It was a great crowd, and they stuck around.
Yep.
We'd like to thank everybody for joining us tonight on the Facebook broadcast. Sorry we couldn't get to more comments. There's just poor coverage here with our cell phones to read the comments you did make. Here's the winner, Lady with No Fear, and Ed Hennessy going to the winner's circle.
Lady with No Fear. Owned by Sandra Hennessy and Paula Sugars, trained by Sandra Hennessy, and driven to victory this evening by Ed Hennessy. The blanket for this race is courtesy of Meister and Associates. Let's have a big hand here for Ed and Sandra Hennessy and Lady with No Fear and the Meister and Associates, the donors of the blanket. Here are the official placings for race 14 from the top. Number 1, Hill of a Night was second. Number 2, Lady with No Fear was the winner. Number 3, Oh Honey was third. Number 4, McVera was fourth. Number 5, Jubilant was fifth. Number 6, What Now, Jenny was sixth. And number 7, Diamond's Delight was seventh. Time of the first quarter was 29 and 4/5. The half was in 59 and 2/5. The 3/4 in 129 and 2/5 with a mile in 2 minutes. From the top it should read 2:13. 4, 5, 6, 7 on the bottom, a mile in 2 minutes.
Now here's, look at that tote board. Trifecta 213 170 40. Exacta uncovered 2 and any number $2.10.
Would have got you the whole pool.
You just don't know what you're going to see at a county fair on betting horses. 213 try 170 40. Exacta 2 and all. It was uncovered $2.10. Amazing. Well, that wraps it up. It was a great night of racing, Matt.
Sure was.
Saw a couple track records.
Yeah, yep. A lot of rain here over the last week, so I think that helped the track probably a ton, tightening it up a little bit. And, I mean, they were getting over it.
Tomorrow at 1, the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association at Rock Springs, Meigs County Fair. 1 o'clock, just 4 races, so you better tune in earlier. You're going to get shut out there. And then back there Friday afternoon with 8 races. And then it's to the Darke County Fair, post time at 6:30 Friday night. Well, that wraps it up from Napoleon, Ohio, here at the Henry County Fair. Doug Ballinger and Matt Clark, so long.
This has been Ohio County Fair Racing. Ohio County Fair Racing is presented by Midland Acres, thestable.ca, Cool Winds Farm, Big D Tack and Vet Supply, and the Ohio State University Veterinary Medical Center. Ohio County Fair Racing is a presentation of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association.